Thank you.
I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, November 9, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy. Here. Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Weddleton, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you read the land acknowledgement?
How does my mic sound, Madam Chair? Okay, it's back. Yeah, I'd be happy to. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. There are no minutes of previous meetings, so we will move on to the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I did not take this time to correct the record and describe to the residents of Anchorage the power grab being conducted by the Anchorage Assembly here this evening. AO 2021-113 is a piece of legislation that violates Alaska state statute and the charter of the municipality of Anchorage. State statute section 29.20.500 subsection 5 states that as my responsibility of mayor, I have the power to, quote, exercise custody over all real and personal property of the municipality except property of the school district, unquote. This proposed ordinance here tonight undermines Alaska statute and the Charter of Anchorage and undermines the authority the people of Anchorage grants to any mayor. This is unprecedented and clearly represents partisan motives by the Anchorage Assembly to do things they were not elected to do. This administration will follow the law, the Charter of Anchorage, and Alaska state law. There have been many discussions of separations of power since I have taken office, and I think it is time to set the record straight. My administration has never attempted to control when, where, or how the Assembly meets. My staff has simply communicated what resources were available to the Assembly, as well as the impact of APD and contract security overtime. Assembly leadership has been invited to have their staff cross-trained on the operation of broadcast equipment in this chamber, but have not responded to those repeated invitations. My administration has supported the Assembly Chair's request to limit capacity in this chamber to help Assembly members feel more comfortable, but when on the record, the leadership fails to report these facts. And finally, on a different and more positive note, as the municipality has done in the past on major capital projects, we are proposing a peer-reviewed study of the Port of Alaska Modernization Program. This is out of due diligence to ensure taxpayer dollars are being well spent on the project. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to add one more note. Twice before in these chambers, I have asked the crowd to refrain from undue hollering and screaming and disrespectful behavior. I've asked that as a personal favor to me for a third time again. I will ask that the crowd does just that. We need to get through this process by unruly outbreaks, or outbursts, I should say. All we're doing is slowing down the process whereby which people that actually may support you actually cannot speak. So I just ask the same courtesy you give to, you would expect for yourself when you speak, you give to the speakers who are waiting in line. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on to the Assembly Chair's report, and before I get into my report, I do want to state that I'm not going to address issues of separation of powers here or the AOs that are before us, because those are topics for debate later in the meeting. I will just note that we have 50 years of custom and tradition where we have seen some departure in unprecedented ways from observance of those customs. First, welcome everyone. I'm going to go over a few things and then turn to the clerk to give an update on our Channel 9 and video. A few reminders before we begin. Mask or face coverings must be worn at all times in the assembly chambers during assembly meetings and in the Wilda Marston Theater when it's used for assembly meeting overflow. Per the Assembly COVID-19 mitigation plan that was adopted by the body on October 27, no more than 125 people, including media, may be in the assembly chambers at the same time, and no more than 150 persons in the Wilda Marston Theater. The plan also calls for distancing between persons and a plexiglass shield at the podium, and states that people experiencing symptoms or who receive a positive test for COVID or who have had a recent close contact may not attend in person. Second, as always, I ask for help from members of the public to create a climate of respect in here. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Refrain from personal attacks. When you're testifying, please direct comments to me or other people here on the dais. Please remain quiet while others are speaking. Wait for your turn at the podium. Respect the personal space of other people and refrain from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. Noise also interferes with the audio and makes it harder for people to hear what other people are saying. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. Finally, if you are here to testify in a public hearing item, welcome, thank you for being here. And when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the muni in which you live. Please do stay on topic. It's also helpful if testifiers provide comments on any proposed amendments. The feedback can be really useful to us. You'll have 3 minutes and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion, as that's public testimony. So before we go on to committee reports, Madam Clerk, do you have an update?
Yes, Madam Chair. I wanted to let people know that during the last week, GCI switched to Yukon TV. And so for people who are trying to watch on GCI, they will not see it unless they have switched to Yukon TV. If you have already switched to Yukon TV streaming, you'll also be able to see the closed captions. One other thing that we wanted to tell you is if you don't have GCI, if you have a computer or a smartphone, you can go to www.muni.org/watchnow and you can watch the meeting streaming on YouTube. Or you can go to the Municipality of Anchorage Meetings channel on GCI or on YouTube, and you should find the meeting there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll now go to committee reports, and we'll start with Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. The Community and Economic Development Committee met last week on the 4th, and we had a nice conversation with the Planning Department and the folks at the Health Department and the Anchorage Community Land Trust about some possible changes to cottage foods and some fee structures for setting up at markets during the summer season, and just to make it easier for people who are starting businesses so they don't face super high costs for testing the market for their products. So it looks like we'll have some fruit on that in time for next season. The Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions Group, called AMATS, is releasing the goals and objectives for the Metropolitan Transportation Plan 2050. And that is kind of sets the tone for the whole process. And those goals and objectives will be released for public comment during December. So get ready for that, folks. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not chair or vice chair on any committee, so I don't have anything to report.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Elections Committee will meet on Tuesday, November 16th at noon. This is a virtual meeting. The Board of Ethics will be giving us a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There will be a meeting of the Municipal Audit Committee meeting next Thursday, November 18th at 1:20 p.m. via Teams to review the annual financial report and various audits. As a reminder to the body, the deadline to submit proposed audits to the 2022 audit plan is Friday, December 3rd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing at this time to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. or 3:10 p.m., virtual meeting of the Municipalities Ad Hoc Reapportionment Committee will be meeting, and you can find the link on the website, the committee website of the Assembly. And also on the 18th of November, we will be having the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee at 11 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On November 17th from 11 to 12:30 via Teams, the Committee on Housing and Homelessness will meet. We will have our standing items of Healthy Spaces update, shelter outflow, and the housing surge update, as well as discussing data cleanup and the winter surge capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my colleagues and members of the public know, we're in the heart of budget season now. We've had a variety of work sessions and meetings. We have a few more coming up. The next meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee will be Thursday, the 18th at 12:10 on Teams. We also have a work session the next day on Friday from 1 to 3 to discuss proposed amendments to the three budgets. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No report tonight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. And I will just note, because I neglected to do so in my report, that there is a Rules Committee meeting tomorrow from 1 to 3 via Teams. And with that, we will take up the laid on the table items and the addendum. First, we'll address the laid on the table items. There are 7 laid on the table items, and I will read them into the record. There is one of those that we do need to vote on, and that'll be Assembly Memorandum number AM 736-2021, which we'll come back to. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to read them all into the record, and then we'll come back and vote on that single item. So the first item will be 10G2, ordinance number AO 2021-unnumbered, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.20 relating to the organization of the executive branch and setting forth the duties and responsibilities of executive branch branch agencies, and amending related Anchorage Municipal Code to reflect the new executive management structure, Department of Law. The second item will be 10G3, resolution number AR 2021-unnumbered, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Eugene Carl Haberman for his years of support for the public process and advocacy for appropriate decisions by government bodies. Assembly members LaFrance, Constant, Allard, Dunbar, Kennedy, Perez, Verdilla, Peterson, Quinn Davidson, Rivera, Weddleton, Zalatel, and Mayor Bronson. Public hearing will be scheduled for the meeting of November 23rd, 2021, and note the intent is to introduce and set a public hearing for November 23rd in Mr. Haberman's honor. Supplemental to AM 651-2021A, 11Y1, Information Memorandum Number AIM unnumbered, and then AM 651-2021A, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Joe Gerace, AHD Director, Assembly Chair LaFrance. Item 12A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 736-2021, Certification of the October 26, 2021 Special Municipal Election. Supplemental item to AO 2021-97, 14B2, Information Memorandum Number AIM unnumbered, Russian Jack Community Council Executive Committee resolution requesting funds for Russian Jack Springs Park safety and ADA improvements in the 2022 Capital Improvement Program Parks and Recreation Bond. Assembly members Dunbar and Peterson. Supplemental items to AO 2021-113, ordinance number 14J2, ordinance number AO 2021-113S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code to codify management authority over Assembly premises and regarding use of municipal resources by the Assembly to ensure that the Assembly may safely, efficiently, and effectively conduct business. Assembly Chair LaFrance and Assembly Vice Chair Constant. Item 14J3, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 724-2021A. I will note that the first item, 10G2, will be set for a public hearing December 7th, 2021. Now we'll go to back to item 12A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 736-2021, certification of the October 26, 2021 Special Municipal Election. Could I get a motion?
Move to introduce.
Second.
Second. Third.
Move to lay on the table.
Sorry, move to lay on the table, yeah.
So moved by Ms. Zalatel to lay on the table. And who is the second?
I heard Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson, you're the second. I will.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. I will go ahead and speak to this motion to lay it on the table.
Madam Chair, Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, the code provides the Election Commission and clerk, quote, shall report the results of the commission's ballot review and election results at an assembly meeting as soon as practicable, end quote, per AMC 28.85.040A. The Election Commission held its meeting last night. And then second, the special election calendar posted publicly for months states November 9 for certification and is sufficient notice. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay AM 736-2021 on the table.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion to lay item 12A on the table passes 11-0. Mr. Vice Chair, Could I have a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no objection. The items on the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table have been incorporated into the agenda. Okay, that brings us to appearance requests and initial audience participation. Is Mr. Oakes here? We have one appearance request. Two. Actually, we have two. After Mr. Oakes, we have Mr. Branson. Welcome, Mr. Oakes. If you would state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Oh, would you turn on the microphone?
Yellow button.
Is that good? Is that good? My name is Michael Oakes. I live in Midtown. I'm a mental health therapist at the hospital working with suicidal clients, and I wanted to talk about the budget adjustment that will move funds from the mobile crisis team at the fire department to the police department. I believe that the mobile crisis team remaining the way that it is will end up with improved community mental health and budget savings for the city as it has in other cities. The biggest change happening with this budget adjustment is the involvement of police officers in nonviolent, non-crime related mental health calls. There are over 7,000 mental health related calls in Anchorage each year, and people asking for help with things like suicidal thoughts or psychosis. In my work, police officers have told me that they're frustrated when they have to prioritize someone that is suicidal when there's a public safety issue not being addressed that they are specially trained for. They should not be asked to do this. The police department should not be a catch-all for everything that slips through other services. The chief of police has also endorsed this program, saying that it's an important step forward for our community in meeting the needs of those in crisis. He said that the police department intently studied communities in the lower 48 who are using the mobile crisis team model and are pleased to see this step in addressing the need. So he knows that police officers are not members of the crisis teams in Boston, Denver, San Francisco, Phoenix, and Eugene, Oregon. The program in Eugene has been in place for over 30 years. They cover 17% of the call volume and only had to request police backup in 150 of their 24,000 call-outs. For an example of the practical differences, I received a call at work from someone that was suicidal and asking for help getting to the hospital. Before the mobile crisis team, I had to call 911 for them to send a police officer over who would put them in handcuffs and transport them to the hospital in the back of their car. At the hospital, we have had police officers have to wait 2 to 3 hours with somebody in their car because the emergency department was full. The mobile crisis team has the average time on location of 45 minutes with over 80% of contacts staying in the community. This means that the mobile crisis team is able to keep community members from being hospitalized, saving the police department and hospital staffing hours. On the side of numbers and research, the major study done on this topic found that a mobile crisis program reduced the costs by 23% compared to police intervention. The mobile crisis team expects to bring in $450,000 from Medicaid in their second year, which is over 25% of their budget. This is a source of income that the police department can't take advantage of because they're not a healthcare provider. So to conclude, the benefit to the community is a guarantee with the mobile crisis team. What we don't know for sure yet is how well it does financially because the program has been in place for less than a year. So I ask that you give this program a chance to prove itself as it has in other cities by treating mental health issues with mental health professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 members in the queue for you with questions. First, Mr. Weddleton.
Hi, thank you. My thoughts on this is if we took exactly the same people who are just now organized or paid under the fire department and just move them to the police department. Not police, not responding as police, but in the uniforms that they wear now. Would that make a difference? Because it really is just same people, potentially, move them over to another department. And the organization of the fire department is very expensive. And it could be cheaper, same people, under the police department. And would that not meet the same goals?
The way I understand the change is that that funding will either go to the crisis intervention team, which is police officers with crisis intervention training, or it will go to the mobile intervention team, which is a social worker with a police officer. So there isn't any public statement saying that there would be a mental health clinician with an EMT. And looking at some of the budget numbers, like the average cost for a police officer in 2018 was $157,000. With this program, including the management, it's $167,000. So I see the cost is fairly similar and more benefits for cost reduction if it is with the fire department where they can bill for Medicaid.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you. I just really appreciated your testimony and would love those notes. So if you would be willing to write that or in an email, I would really love the information that you provided. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. One of my questions would be, if there is an individual that's in a situation and we call the fire department and the MC team out, if it gets a little out of hand, right? Because there are those moments, just for example, if a person has a weapon, we have the mobile crisis team out there, we have the individual, we have the fire department, but then we still have to call APD, right?
Yes, that is right. Yeah, APD is used as a resource for the mobile crisis team. If that does happen, the goal is that the dispatchers are able to determine if that team is necessary or if APD is necessary.
Okay.
One of the stats that I shared was that program in Eugene, Oregon, only had to call for police backup in 150 of their 24,000 calls in 2019.
So I would prefer stats locally, but I know we don't have a lot of them yet. My other question, Madam Chair, is it okay? My other question would be, fiscally speaking, if APD does come out with the mobile crisis team, that could save us money and perhaps be able to bring more mobile crisis teams on board? Is that something it would be a good thing? I mean, I'm not saying tomorrow, it's a possibility.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think one of the major points that I was hoping to make was having police involvement in non-crime, non-violent related calls. It goes through 911, but it's not a law enforcement issue. It's someone that's having a mental health crisis, and a lot of times, just having somebody that's in a uniform can increase the tension in a situation, and that can lead to more aggression from people, and ultimately cost more resources to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes.
Thank you.
So next we have Mr. Branson for an appearance request. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Roger Branson, resident of Eagle River, a longtime advocate for mental health consumers. I was born in Anchorage in 1960, and I came about my advocacy very honestly in 1987. I just wanted to report on some rather alarming trends I'm seeing on the streets right now, and part of the vulnerable population, and that one of the things we're seeing, or I'm seeing a significant uptick in this year, is our young men who are vulnerable being solicited for acts that they consider indecent, and that the common currency offered to them is meth itself, and that there is a lot of it, and that these individuals making the offers are not part of the homeless population, but these are people in nice vehicles, typically twice the age of the person being propositioned, and they're coming in with sometimes significant amounts of meth being offered, and if that's not enough to induce, then they're also offering cash, and sometimes significant amounts of cash. This is very concerning to me, and I would really hope that as we watch the homeless population that we can keep an eye on this demographic itself. Related to that is Covenant House. Now, Covenant House serves a youth population from 14 to about 24 roughly, but they cannot provide overnight residence once they pass their 21st birthday. So there are individuals who have been involved with Covenant House for possibly 5, 6, 7 years who are still receiving services there during the daytime and are unable to have residence there, and that this would be a significantly vulnerable population of our younger folks who are trying to find their way through the challenging times that we're going through, and they may be living in camps and protecting each other, and to the degree that that is what's happening, Covenant House staff and management would be the ones that would know who they are and where they are, and that population needs to be protected, and that the way the shelters are right now, that it would be very problematic to send those into the shelter because of the zero barrier, 500 people in there, and it would just be pandemonium. Management can handle it, but it would be very hard on the frontline employees. And the last people I want to talk about are the frontline employees themselves and their needs. And through the challenges in the community recently, the change in contractors and whatnot, a lot of those folks are not feeling secure in their jobs. They're not in them because of the money, they're in there because they want to help the people. And when they're getting displaced and moved around in the community, they're feeling disconnected, and I think that we really need to look at the frontline workers, that population in the community, and make sure that we lift them up.
Thank you, Mr. Branson. I've got a member in the queue with a question. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, as always, for coming, Roger. So I know that you have been spending a lot of time in the camps recently. You go into the camps often, and I just wanted to ask, anecdotally from your experience, now that the weather is truly turning, what are you seeing? Are people hunkering down? Are they coming into the Sullivan? Are they going somewhere else? What changes have you seen in the last couple of weeks as the weather changed? Thank you.
Well, as prior years, the people who are out there because it's convenient for them to be camping out as it gets colder, they find other resources, and they have other resources. There is a significant population who may be seeking other needs in their lives that remain camped out, and they will remain camped out until I usually say that they'll be out there at least through January 2nd, January 3rd. That's when we start losing people, though. That's when we go into the season of, and where we're going into a tough season, and all hands on deck. We need all the workers we got. We need to be supporting them, the frontline workers especially, and I think we maybe should consider a shelter worker week or something like that, just to show that we appreciate them, because they are feeling the brunt of the frustrations. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar, and thank you, Mr. Branson. We're now going to move on to initial audience participation. I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who wish to speak on a consent agenda item, those who can't stay until a second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare, travel issues, work schedule. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. If you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. And please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. I will alternate between 3 in person and then go to 3 on the phone. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Oh, it was on. There you go.
Hello, my name is Jeff Fensky, and I'm here to stand up for Mayor Bronson. The day that this shield was taken down wasn't because of COVID. It had to do with that we can't see you, and you can't see us, the tall people. So I asked if this could be raised up before the meeting. and I talked to Dave Bronson, and I told him I was going to testify about vitamin D being the key for COVID. If everybody had enough vitamin D in their system, 50 nanograms per milliliter, get a blood test, you can't get COVID hardly at all. And if you get it, you can't get serious COVID. You can't get on the ventilators. Why isn't anybody, why are you wearing these face diapers? Why are you putting everybody in face diapers? They don't even stop the virus. 90% goes through. That was Dr. Savitz's report. 90.2%, whatever it is, it's 9.8% of the viruses are stopped by the mask. The rest of it goes right through 3-ply cloth masks. A lot of people don't even do 3-ply. So Weddleton said in his 4 minutes as an excuse to mandate masks to us, as he touched his mask 21 times in 4 minutes, he said, well, we can use that 10% effectiveness. It wasn't effectiveness, it was efficiency. 90% goes right through the mask. And they could measure it 6.5 feet away. So when you two are talking to each other, this far from each other, you're sharing germs. 90% are going right to each other. So people think they're protected by their masks, and they're not. So they get close to each other, and they're spreading germs. They touch just like you've been touching yours. And you guys touch your masks all the time. Not all of you, but the little kids you make wear masks. They wipe things with it. It's just ridiculous. So we can't see you, and the camera, when this was lower, the reason this is higher, because I went to the clerk that day and before the meeting, and I asked her if we could raise this up, and she said, no, we have a fisheye lens. It can see around this, which isn't true. This is like 3 inches higher, and I posted a picture online that shows that the camera can't see the people's eyes in the YouTube videos and tall people. So the reason this is higher is because I asked for it, and the next day it was higher. And why couldn't that have been done, and why can't it be higher so we can see you? I just have half-inch. These are zero shoes. These are half-inch. And
thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Chester McCray. I've been a proud resident of Anchorage, Alaska for 28 years. Recently, I wanted to serve my community, but a social media post of mine from 7 years ago was recently discovered and shared publicly by the Anchorage Daily News and other media platforms. This post created concerns, commotions, and political confrontation within our city. The post was during the time in my life where the expression of my faith and personal opinions carried a strong tone and at times lacked proper filtration. I admit, at that age in my life, my zeal wasn't applied with wisdom or meekness. This concern about my style and delivery of my expressions were brought to my attention by friends, family, and loved ones. This gave me the opportunity for self-examination. From that point on, whenever I believed I misrepresented my faith, I sought correction, reconciliation, and forgiveness. During that time, and even to this present day, a personal daily goal of mine is to be a better version of myself today than I was yesterday. While in my 20s, I made many decisions, even as a Christian, that I'm not proud of. I stand here before you not as a perfect man, but as a progressing man loved by a perfect God. I have a friend named Lizette Jackson, who is a sister to me. She is openly gay and has been a close friend with me, my siblings, and my entire family since childhood. To this day, she and I share stories and life opinions. She clearly knows where I stand with her lifestyle, but yet we've come to a decision respectfully to agree to disagree. In addition, I have family members and even my barber who are in same-sex relationships, and I love them all dearly. I've been informed of some of the comments and criticism made about me from others and media outlets within our community. These are individuals who do not know me personally. Judging me by discussing my past 7 years ago is like trying to rob my old house. I don't live there anymore. And honestly, how many of us are the same person we were 7 years ago? Until you sit down and have coffee with me, you do not know me. Until you have lunch or can tell me my favorite color, you do not know me. Until you've cried with me, rejoiced with me, or stood by me in battle, you really do not know me. And how can you say that you know how I will address the issues for people? I know my post from 7 years ago upset many people. And to every individual who read the news article and misjudged me without knowing me, I do forgive you. Know this, that was me then, this is me now. One of the greatest gifts in life is the grace to change. I'm Chester McCray, and I approve this message.
Thank you, sir. We've got 2 members in the queue for you. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Mr. McCray. I have one question for you, and I know that you've withdrawn your name. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand the reasons why, just to avoid the conflict and ongoing. But my question to you is, had you been confirmed, would you have followed the law?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason why is because my faith teaches me when we're in certain positions like that, we must follow government law. Even if I disagree with it, I must respect those who are over me.
Thank you. So my last comment is, I have prayed with you and I have rejoiced with you. I know you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I just want to thank you for coming up. I think it's fairly brave of you and providing the context. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Honor you all.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hello, I'm Noria Clark. I'm back again. I am in Cameron Perez-Verdia's district. Thank you for showing up last night at the Community Council. We greatly appreciate that. Him, Mia Costello, Sarah Rasmussen is on the phone. We call you AQD because it's easier, sorry. Also KPV. But thank you guys for participating in that. We appreciate that. So I'm going to go ahead and just testify on a few things because I'm not going to be here for stuff, and I'll save you guys a little bit of time of 3 minutes each on all of them. In regards to 2021-113, first of all, I think that changing the number on this was misguiding for the public, so I think that's a huge problem, as most public cannot keep up with your guys' schedules. One of the reasons that I can is I have no kids, and my boyfriend probably doesn't like me enough to be home enough to care what I do. So it is very hard to keep up with your schedules, your agendas, and things like that, and so I feel like it is unfair sometimes. And sometimes it's been unfair for you guys as well in regards to having to push constant things from the agenda. I do agree that at this point, this is out of control. I kind of feel like we're stuck in the middle here. My mom is on her 3rd marriage. I can tell you that those 2 divorces went much smoother than a lot of these assembly meetings. And many of us cry out like children because we're tired of hearing it. So I'd highly recommend that the assembly look into either marriage counseling or getting a divorce. We've had about enough. Now to move on to 113, which is taking of the keys, quote unquote, we'll call it, to the city. I understand tradition and custom, however, that aside, this is not a good plan. One of the reasons that I'm going to recommend this is not a good plan is because we may find in the future that we don't have as quote unquote, such a certain side leaning or other side leaning or whatever. We may find that at one point people get upset enough that it's all right leaning or it's all left leaning. That really causes a conflict here because then if the assembly becomes all right leaning, let's say for example, whom then do we have to share ideas that are maybe in the middle or maybe on the left side? We really need to make sure that we have this separation for the very explicit purpose of making sure you guys can make your decisions and they can make theirs. And the reason is that none of you guys are going to be in these seats forever. So we really have to protect the citizens in this one. This is very important to separate all of these different branches. I'm going to try and keep it brief to a certain extent, so I guess I'm about done in that. The only other thing that I can talk about in regards to that is if you guys are concerned about things like chairs and such, you guys are doing such a brilliant job of wasting our money already. Please don't buy any more chairs. You guys don't need to be in charge of furnishings and all these things. Certainly not the YouTube channel because the edited information going on there is not correct half the time. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what the problem is. I'm not a computer guru. If you guys have a security problem, hire your own security. You've already been kind enough to have me sue myself now multiple times. So far, I'm on both sides of this lawsuit paying for it. It's getting old. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. We're going to go to 3 folks on the phone now. Mr. Turner, would you call Jamie Patterson, please?
Skytrack Alaska Flight Training, this is Jamie.
Hi, Ms. Patterson.
Yes, Ms. Patterson Sims.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for initial audience participation. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jamie Patterson Sims, Jamie Patterson, Patterson hyphen Sims, Simes. I am calling in regarding the Municipal Airports Advisory Commission. I just wanted to state for the record, I have been attending MAC meetings for 12 years and have been a commissioner for the past 6 years. I've served as chair and vice chair of the commission. I own Skytrack Alaska Flight Training located at Merrill Field, and I have been flying out of Merrill Field since 1995. I occupy seat number 1, which is the business person who has a place of business on land leased from the municipality at a municipal airport. I have 3 concerns I would like to bring to the attention of the assembly members. The person who Mayor Bronson named to replace seat number 1 is not qualified. Seat number 1 needs to be occupied by a business person who has a place of business on land leased from the municipality at a municipal airport. Keenan Zirkle's business is at Lake Hood Airport, which is a state-owned airport. This seat needs to be filled by a qualified individual. The second point I'd like to make is the continuity of the Municipal Airports Advisory Commission is crucial. Knowing the history behind the decisions which have been previously made is critical. None of the people who have been nominated have been to any recent meetings in the past 4 or 5 years and have had no involvement in the process or the way the decisions were made regarding airport budgets or policies. This is the reason there are staggered terms on the commission, so that there is a continuity of knowledge. The third point I'd like to make is this was relayed to me by one of the newest appointments on the commission. Her name is Jamie Clace, and she was recently appointed to a seat that actually doesn't exist. And she was appointed, they made up a title for this called a business owner in airport. The municipality cannot just make up names for seats because they have a good candidate. Ms. Clace said that when she was confirmed for this seat on June 22nd, she was informed of this decision more than 2 months after her confirmation and was informed on August 26th that she had been selected. This was 1 week before the municipal airports meeting. She was shocked that she had been selected and had actually forgotten that she had applied more than a year earlier. I am hoping that there can be a dedicated person in the administration who can address the issues of the boards and commission, who can make sure that the people who have been selected are contacted appropriately. Thank you so much.
Sims.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Next, we have Trevor Stores.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Stores.
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for initial audience participation. If you state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Well, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to testify regarding the proposed budget for the alcohol tax. For the record, I'm Trevor Stores, President and CEO of the Alaska Children's Trust, the statewide lead organization focused on the prevention of child abuse and neglect. I want to start tonight with gratitude. I want to thank the residents of Anchorage for their commitment to ensuring Anchorage is a thriving community by passing the alcohol tax nearly 2 years ago. Thank you to our Assembly for working with the community members and organizations to to determine how best to use these funds to have the greatest impact. And lastly, thank you to the mayor and his team for working hard to solve the many challenges like homelessness that is plaguing our community. In reviewing the proposed budget for the alcohol tax, I appreciate seeing the continued funding for the Anchorage's Equity Officer. Equity plays a significant role in the formula of ensuring Anchorage and its residents reach their full potential. However, there are several changes to the budget from the previous year in addition that are concerning to us. The primary concern is the focus on downstream interventions and homelessness alone. For decades, our community has struggled with homelessness, and the majority of our solutions have been focused on waiting for an individual to be on the verge of or be homeless before help is provided. To date, this solution has not been effective. In actuality, we've only seen the issue grow. Almost 2/3 of the alcohol tax dollars being proposed is focused on homelessness, downstream interventions. To truly change current trends, we need to not only feed the line, but we need to shorten the line. The primary purpose of the alcohol tax and the vision of the voters was to see these funds utilized on upstream intervention, primary prevention, get to the root cause of the issue versus using patchwork solutions. The proposed budget does not invest in long-term solutions, hence why today we continue to see things like homelessness as an issue after decades of work. We are not getting to the root causes. Voters began to reimagine an Anchorage that intervened earlier, resulting in greater outcomes and a higher return on their investment. For example, investing in early education reduces the incidence of child abuse, decreases poverty, establishes greater equity, and puts children on the path to success. Yet it is proposed to cut early education by 50%. Data shows that over 80% of child abuse and neglect cases involve alcohol. Domestic violence and other forms of interpersonal violence share a similar statistic, but $0 are dedicated for substance use disorders. It's a bit puzzling since it is an alcohol tax. The line item that's 100% focused on upstream prevention, the prevention grants, was reduced by 13%, and over $1.3 million has been newly allocated to positions. So I'm not clear on how they even relate to the required areas as outlined in the ordinance. The one-time funding of nearly $2 million for Paid for Success. Yeah?
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Great. Well, thank you. I ask that the mayor and the assembly relook at that budget and ensure that we reinstate these prevention dollars. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your participation. And just a reminder to folks that initial audience participation ends at 6 p.m. We'll call Terry Carty next, Mr. Turner. This may be our final participant for this portion.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Carty?
Yes.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for initial audience participation. If you'd state your name for the record, area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
This is Terry A. Carty. Thank you, Assembly members, for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Terry Carty. I have been the member at large on the MAC since 2018. My seat 4 was inadvertently listed as vacant, even though in October 2020 I submitted all the paperwork to be reappointed. And I do have the emails to support this. I've been participating in the meetings for the last year under the belief that my new term would not expire until 2022. So imagine my surprise to learn that my seat was being filled by someone else. At no time did anyone contact me to ask if I was still active and interested in continuing my service. I want to be very clear that I do indeed wish to continue my seat on the Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission. Although I understand that ultimately it's the mayor's decision to appoint commission members, I think it is a mistake to replace the core membership all at once. There are only 7 members, 5 of whom are being replaced. The remaining 2 members only joined the commission in June of 2021. By replacing the 5 core members, you are losing a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience. More importantly, after receiving the resumes of the new appointees, it appears that you are replacing members who actively use Merrill with appointees who do not have any association with the airport. I think this is an ill-advised move on the part of the administration. Who can better represent the interests of the airport users than the users themselves? I would like to ask the Assembly to table this matter until the current commission members are allowed to turn in their resumes and have the mayor's office review all applications for merit before sending these appointments forward. I strongly feel that this would be in the best interest of the airport and to the city. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I am more than happy to answer any questions you might have, either now or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Yes.
There. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. So you made a statement, I think 5 are being replaced. We have an item here, it just shows 4, and maybe I'm missing one somewhere else. And then also you said that the members, the people being appointed do not have connection with Merrill Field. I missed that. Can you elaborate?
Looking at their resumes, one was a UPS pilot, I believe. He never made any mention of Merrill Field or using Merrill Field in his resume, and the same for the FedEx pilot. They're pilots, but there was no mention of ever being associated with Merrill Field, and basically the same for Mr. Zirkle.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your participation, Mr. Carty.
Thank you.
That concludes initial audience participation. Time permitting, there will be final audience participation at the end of the meeting. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we'll now go down the dais, and I'll ask each member if they would like to pull any items off of the consent agenda. And we'll start with Mr. Perez-Verdia.
No items, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A2, 10D8, 10D9, 10D11, 10D12, 10D15, and 10D17. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Just to recap, 10 Alpha 2, and then under 10 Delta, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, and 17. Great. Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Quinn-Davidson pulled most of the items, but also 10A4 and 10A3 for reading.
So that was 10A 3 and 4?
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
My items have been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, no items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson, do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A1 for reading. I didn't know if it was pulled or not. 11A and 11AA, please, Madam Chair.
Actually, that'll be just 10 Alpha 1 because the 11s, while they were on the consent agenda last time, they're now moved to the unfinished business section.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize.
That's okay.
May I have the floor, Madam Chair?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. So just for folks' reference, I'm going to say it now so it's easier to understand later because I'll say it again. When we get to the 11s, we have so many of them. I am going to, in organization with the chair and the clerk, make a motion to approve all of the items 11A through 11AB. And then once that motion is made and seconded, members can pull off any items that they want to address individually. We'll make a motion to bifurcate and take up those items separately, and then we'll ask for a unanimous vote on all the other items. So instead of having 26 separate hearings, we can have just a couple of votes and get the same work done.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, that will be after we complete the consent agenda. Mr. Weddleton, any items to pull?
Thanks. 10C1, and then I believe, did we have to pull 10G3 regarding Mr. Haberman to set a public hearing?
Actually, we don't need to pull that one because the public hearing has been set.
That's okay. So just 10C1.
So 10 Charlie 1. Okay, I'll go over the list. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And if members have any other items they want to pull, please let me know. Under 10A Alpha, 1 by Ms. Allard, 2 by Ms. Quinn Davidson, 3 and 4 by Mr. Dunbar. Under 10C Charlie, 10C1 Mr. Weddleton. And then under 10D, Delta, 8, 9, 11, 12, 15, and 17 by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Are there any other items to pull? Okay, seeing no one else in the queue. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items.
Second. Moved and seconded. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, the consent agenda, with the exception of the pulled items, has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. So we'll now go through and take up each item that was pulled off the consent agenda. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2021-359, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 11, 2021 as Veterans Day and celebrating and honoring all veterans for their service to our country. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, item 10A1 is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll start reading. If you're a vet, come on down. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day and celebrating and honoring all veterans for their service to our country. Whereas in 1919, President Woodrow Wilson proclaimed November 11th as the first commemoration of Armistice Day, recognizing the end of World War I. And whereas in 1926, Congress wrote, whereas it is fitting that the recurring anniversary of this date shall be commemorated with thanksgiving and prayer and exercises designed to perpetuate peace through goodwill and mutual understanding between nations. And whereas Congress made Armistice Day, November 11th, into an annual national holiday in 1938 in honor of the veterans of World War I and dedicated the day to world peace. And whereas Congress changed the holiday's name to Veterans Day in 1954 in order to honor the veterans of all wars, including World War II and the Korean War. And whereas in 2017, the Department of Veterans Affairs estimated that there were almost 20 million U.S. veterans and almost 69,000 veterans in Alaska. And whereas Alaska has the highest share of all states of its population who are veterans at over 10%. And whereas in a Veterans Day speech in 1989, General Colin L. Powell stated, "The nation owes a great debt to its veterans, whose service to the nation spans every decade, every year, every day of our country's existence. Through untold courage and sacrifice, America's veterans have secured the liberty which the Founding Fathers sought to establish here in the New World. Whenever and wherever the nation is called, in times of darkness and danger, as well as in times of peace and prosperity, America's veterans have been there. Veterans have proudly carried the torch of liberty for all to see." Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day and celebrates and honors all U.S. military veterans for their service to our community, state, and nation. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of November, 2021.
Thank you for your service. I know we had 3 folks come up, but I believe there are others in the back as well. Could we have all the veterans stand? Thank you for your service and your sacrifice. We now have before us item 10A2, resolution number AR 2021-364, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November as Purple Heart Month and remembering and honoring all of the military personnel wounded or killed in combat with hostile forces. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, item 10A2 is approved. Who is reading?
I am reading, Madam Chair, and Mr. Dunbar is supposed to present, but we're making sure we have hard copies here.
Great, thank you.
So should I go ahead and read while they look for that? And can I invite Ron and others who are here to come on up? A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November as Purple Heart Month and remembering and honoring all of the military personnel wounded or killed in combat with hostile forces. Whereas created in 1782, the Purple Heart is a combat decoration originally known as the Badge of Military Merit, and it is the nation's oldest military medal. And whereas the Purple Heart Medal is awarded to members of the armed forces who are wounded in military combat or killed in action or die of wounds received in action. And whereas Purple Heart Day is August 7th, when the nation acknowledges and remembers the sacrifices made by the brave wounded members of our military. And on November 5th, 2019, the Assembly passed AR 2019-386, which designated November as Purple Heart Month to recognize and honor all of the Purple Heart recipients within the municipality. And whereas although the exact number of Purple Heart recipients in the Muni is unknown, the members of the Military Order of the Purple Heart Local Chapter number 593 are all Purple Heart recipient veteran volunteers who work to identify and provide aid to all Purple Heart recipients and their families within the municipality. And whereas there are many organizations, services, and recognitions for the Anchorage Purple Heart recipients, including the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Chapter 593, free parking at Easy Park garages, thank you, Ron, for working with us to make that happen, Pause for Purple Hearts, and the Tribute Highway of the Alaska Highway from Fairbanks to the Canadian border to be part of the nationwide Purple Heart Trail. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes November as Purple Heart Month and honors all of the Purple Heart recipients within Anchorage. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of November 2021.
Is the mic on?
Yeah, it's on. You want to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll say a few words. My name is Ron Siebels. Served 2 tours in Vietnam. They say that freedom's not free. I can tell you it's not pain-free either. Just want to tell the Assembly and everybody in here, thank you for caring about us. It means a lot. Thank you.
Ms. Allard? Sorry, guys. We've got Ms. Allard in the queue for you.
I'm sorry. I was wondering that, first of all, I don't know if Dwayne Anderson is here. He's from Eagle River, and he's a Purple Heart recipient, too. And I was wondering if each of you guys could come up here to the podium and perhaps just say your name. And then I also wanted to let the Purple Heart recipients know that myself and the mayor are putting together so that Eagle River and that we're going to put for you to be a Purple Heart city. And we're looking into seeing if we could do that for Anchorage and the overall municipality. But right now I'm just working on Eagle River. But if you guys can say your names, maybe what service you are in, I think that would be great, if you're comfortable with that.
Dwayne Anderson, Eagle River.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to say something. Mr. Anderson and his wife are the ones that, Chris, are the ones that are working with me for the Purple Heart City. So.
Dan Collins, Eagle River, U.S. Army.
Gordon Severson, Anchorage.
I'm Bill McLean from Chugiak and United States Army.
Red Terrell, Anchorage, the U.S. Army, the Big Red One.
Alan Klatt, Anchorage, 101st Airborne, U.S. Army.
Emmett Heidemann from Chugiak, served United States Air Force. Thank you.
Steve Blair, Anchorage, U.S. Army.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, and especially Ron Siebels, who a few years ago he reached out, you too, Ron, to Forrest and me about working on free parking downtown. And it's just been an absolute pleasure to get to know him as an individual and hear his stories. And I just want to say thank you, Ron, and thank you to all of you for your incredible service and sacrifice for our country and for all of us.
Thank you, Austin. You owe me a hug.
Thank you all. We are grateful for your service. We now have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2021-371, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds football team as the Division I state champions for the year 2021. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous approval. Seeing no opposition, item 10A3 is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'm reading. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and congratulating the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds football team as the Division I state champions for the year 2021. Whereas the Alaska Division I state football championship game was held at Service High School football field on October 22nd, 2021. And whereas the Betty Davis East High School football team qualified to participate in the state championship by having an exceptional season, losing only one regular season game. And whereas East earned a berth in the state championship game by defeating their crosstown rivals, West High, 34-32 in overtime. And whereas under head coach Jeff Trotter and his assistant coaches, the final win was achieved over Juneau by a score of 30-17. That victory avenged their only previous loss of the season. And whereas the win marks the Thunderbirds' third state title since 2016 and helps the team feel vindicated for not getting to play in a championship game at the end of the 2020 season, even though they were undefeated at the time. And whereas members of the winning team are at the chambers this evening and will get an opportunity to introduce themselves. Whereas the performance of the winning football team was superb and a credit to all their parents, school, and the entire community. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and congratulates the Betty Davis East High School Thunderbirds for their outstanding performance in winning the 2021 Division I State Football Championship. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 9th day of November, 2021.
I just want to say thank you again for recognizing us. It's nice that one thing I was asking the assemblyman that contacted me was how contentious tonight could be, because it's nice that we can come together, especially the two groups that got recognized before us, and that we all come together and recognize them and then us. I think that's deserving of another round of applause. Outside of that, it was nice to get recognized because, yep, we were the state champs from last year, whether they want to say that or not. And so that's, but you know, that being said, we appreciate it. The team, I think they wrote a great article about some of the stuff they overcame with families passing, having members pass away, one of our key members getting diagnosed with cancer and going out. It was a tough year, and these guys fought through it, and some more than others, and ended up being rewarded with it at the end. And it was really, it was special to see that on the field. Out of all the state championships, I think that they all mean something, but this was special. Thank you. Say your name, everybody.
Leland Papali'i. Emil Hoft. Sam Moyai. Kainoa Jarrett. Sheldon Macon.
Mason Tano. Jarish Toa.
Sua Timotel.
Puni Pau.
TJ Poe. Aaron Harkley.
Matthew Terrio.
Lorenzo Ayava. Riley White. Peter Mateo.
Stanford Sheck.
Matthias Vivai.
Logan George.
Jeremiah Adams.
Yeah. Amosa Sue. Jared Weaver. Malachi Toa.
RJ Latuli Ropati.
Congratulations. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Well, thanks. So it seems like in the last 2 years when you were here, you had some kind of cheer that was a really good way to start the meeting. Is that still a thing?
You guys. Yeah, we can do that for you.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Patria! Patria! Rumai! Rumai! Rupat Manau! Ho! Rupat Manau! Ah! Rupat Manau! Inside!
Thank you for that. And congratulations.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you next year.
We now have before us item 10A4, resolution number AR 2021-372, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the month of November 2021 as Native American and Alaska Native Heritage Month and November 27th as Native American and Native Alaskan Heritage Day. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, item 10A4 is approved. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I will be reading, Madam Chair.
I will be presenting yet again.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the month of November 2021 as Native American and Alaska Native Heritage Month and November 27th as Native American and Native Alaskan Heritage Day. Whereas what started as First Americans Day in 1912, adopted by the Boy Scouts of America due to the efforts of Dr. Arthur C. Parker, a Seneca Indian, evolved over the course of many decades into National American Indian Heritage Month, approved in 1990. Similar proclamations, including National American Indian and Alaska Native Heritage Month, have been issued each year since 1994. And whereas the lands called Alaska have been the ancestral homelands of the Alaska Native people since time immemorial. Alaska Natives have more than a 10,000-year history of preserving tradition and cultural heritage, which have been passed from generation to generation. And whereas Alaska Natives, the first peoples of this land, have distinct individual and collective human rights that have been affirmed by the United Nations and other international fora, regardless of any state's level of implementation, which recognize their right to self-determination, lands, territories, and resources, culture, language, identity, employment, health, education, and a host of other rights. And whereas, while the term Alaska Native implies an ethnic connotation, its meaning includes a unique legal political status in relationship with the state and federal government. And whereas the 2020 U.S. Census found that close to 15% of Alaska's population identified themselves as Alaska Native and or American Indian, the highest rate of any state. And furthermore, that when including Alaskans identifying themselves in combination with one or more other races, this rises to 21.9%. Anchorage, which resides on the ancestral homelands of the Dena'ina people, has the greatest proportion of Alaska Native American Indian peoples among cities with over 100,000 residents, at 7.9%. Rising to 14.8% when including those who identify themselves in combination with some other race. And whereas there are 229 federally recognized tribes in Alaska and more than 20 distinct indigenous languages spoken in the state, and Alaska would not be the incredible place it is today were it not for Alaska Native people's cultures, stories, languages, and traditions. Now, therefore, as Alaska always has been and always will be an indigenous place, The Anchorage Assembly recognizes and celebrates November 2021 as Alaska Native and American Indian Heritage Month, and November 27th, 2021 as Alaska Native Heritage Day, passed and approved this 9th day of November 2021.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I want to thank the Assembly in receiving this resolution on behalf of the Alaska Native Heritage Center. As an organization, we are excited at the opportunity to not only see Alaska Natives recognized, but your support in us thriving. Yalahidu, my name is Benjamin Jasik. I am Dena'ina and Supiak, and my grandfather is Mac Dolchak of Cotonou, which we all know as better known as the village of Kenai. We want to acknowledge not only the traditional leaders of Eklutna, the Izak family, not only the Dena'ina and Supiak peoples of Cotonou, whose unceded lands we are on today, but all the native peoples of Alaska. Peoples who were, peoples who are, and people who will always be here. Resilient peoples who stood up for those in our communities who were and continue to be in need. When not too long ago, and even today, in certain circumstances, our personhood was not recognized. And that while we are here today recognizing the rights, identity, and heritage of all Alaska Natives, we must also recognize the work that still needs to be done for the sake of justice and healing of our people and land from colonization. Recognizing our grandparents, parents, aunts, uncles, cousins, nephews, nieces, and children who right now and very publicly go missing, are murdered, living every day with various forms of trauma, a lack of purpose that has been taken away, having been affected by homelessness, an issue that is so public yet so prevalent. And ANHC would like to take the opportunity to thank the Assembly members Forrest Dunbar and Christopher Constant for your recent assistance and support with our Inupiphany project in downtown Anchorage, which is set to open November 22nd. All of your help was instrumental in launching this program and fighting homelessness within our community. And when we recognize that these and other realities that were not even mentioned, we can see this better future for those Alaskan Natives who come after us. A future where we can feel safe and welcome within our own land. A future that is not defined by a shame or persecution placed upon us by others, but a pride that comes from knowing that we are fearfully made as Indigenous peoples of Alaska. A future that recognizes the struggle, the hard work, the pain of those who came before us, that is guided by our Creator God for all time. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Actually, would you come back? Mr. Constant has a question for you.
It's a couple of comments and then a question. So first, I would like the clerk in the file for future resolutions on this to add a whereas clause that states in 2020, the municipality of Anchorage recognized the federally recognized tribes in Alaska and created a government-to-government relationship with the people of Eklutna. If we could add that for the future, that would be of value. Second, thank you for the credit on supporting your new initiative downtown. And I want to also give Mr. Weddleton credit because he was the quiet voice who remembers in the back when there was a move that I made with Mr. Dunbar, and we have supported as a body about a year ago that allows artists to work in their studios in the downtown. He was the one who whispered, hey, what about this section of the code? And so he is the one who broke the door open for you. And so it was a team effort. And so finally, I would ask if you can, and you're prepared to tell the public just a little bit more about your project that's opening on November 22nd.
Yeah, and so this specific project isn't technically under my program, but it's in Epiphanies, a project that is helping Native American Indian and Alaskan Native women who could be potentially at risk of homelessness, be able to come to a place that is not only safe, but also warm in order to carve and create art, to not only be able to sell, but also to be able to make a living for themselves. And so, while at the same time, us being able to provide different forms of services and healing, recommendations and those kinds of things. So yeah.
Thank you to you, and thank you to Emily for reaching out for help, because we are here when we know there's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We now have before us item 10C1, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 725-2021, recommendation of award of a non-encumbering contract to Western Construction and Equipment to furnish year-round road maintenance services to Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service Area for the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move to amend on line 23, change Northern Gravel to Western Construction and Equipment.
Second. Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
It was just an error that's corrected.
Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend AM 725-2021.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to amend?
Yes.
The motion to amend passes 11-0. We now have the main motion to approve AM 725-2021 before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 725-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 10C1 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D8. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 703-2021, Youth Advisory Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have the benefit of attending the work session last Thursday, and unfortunately it hasn't been up online yet, so I apologize if these questions are repetitive, but I noticed there's a couple Shabakas on here. That's not a very common name. I assume they're related to staff, in addition to Bryce, who I think is staff. And my understanding is that staff and family members, and I know that Deb is on there later, are allowed to serve, but we have received emails about that. So I just wanted to get confirmation from maybe Mr. Gates that that's appropriate so that the public is aware of that rule. Thank you.
If I understood your question, Ms. Quinn Davidson, whether it was allowed to inform the public of the relationships there. I will need just a minute to take a look at our ethics code, but I thought that this had been addressed earlier. Pardon me.
I'm in the queue. Oh, yeah.
I'll go ahead and continue through the queue. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Two things. First, I wasn't asked, but I'll take a stab at responding to the question by Ms. Quinn Davidson that there's a long history of family members of the staff of the municipality, including the assembly and the executive being appointed to positions. And so I'll let John opine on, or excuse me, I'll let Mr. Gates opine on the specific legal question, but there is a long history. And when the time comes, once the question has been answered, this item, the administration has asked for us to bifurcate out an individual who's listed, but the clerk has asked because of workload issues that instead we move to postpone the item till the next meeting and ask the administration to submit an A version, which is like an S version of the item without the named individual that they'd like to remove, so that they can do that work and the clerk can continue doing their work. So when the time comes and the question is answered, we will come back to that. I'd like to remain in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I defer to Amy Naboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn Davidson, this was a topic that was covered by the ethics attorney at the work session on Friday. There's a long-standing tradition of not only mayor's spouses, but other family members. I think Mayor Sullivan's brother served on the AWU board. I believe there's been many assembly members whose spouses, I think of Sandy Trainey, she served on a board for many years. So it's very common, actually. I'm hard-pressed to think of a mayor who didn't have a spouse. I think Mayor Kimmel served on a board when Mayor Berkowitz was in office. But the ethics attorney did weigh in at the work session, and she did say there is no issue with this. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you want to follow up, or
yeah,
with
and
Mr.
I think
Gates,
that
or?
it might not be worth the time to wait for Mr. Gates, because it sounds like we're looking at considering this at the next meeting anyway, and I agree with what Ms. Domboski said. My wife Stephanie resigned from her board and would have became the acting mayor, but we were probably just being way too careful. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. I'll go back to Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I would make a motion to postpone this item to the 23rd of November, just so the administration can resubmit with the names that they want on the list.
Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard, you're not in the queue.
Oh.
Mr. Constant, did you want to speak further to the motion?
I think it speaks for itself. It's just a matter of workflow, and what happens if we make a motion to bifurcate is then the clerk staff has to go in and make a bunch of amendments into the workflow and then get it finalized and back and submitted, which creates time lags, which creates conflicts with people who want the items immediately. And so the most efficient way to get it approved and done properly is just to have it resubmitted with the names that the administration wants to be there.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I apologize for that earlier, Madam Chair. Can I go ahead and make a motion to bifurcate, please? So we don't have to delay this and we can just get it over with tonight, please.
Second, Madam Chair.
We are going to need to verify on which motion takes precedence.
And then I could give the name of the individual if you'd like.
Mr. Gates?
I was ready to speak when Ms. Quinn Davidson said we didn't need to wait for me, but I had a brief comment if you wanted to hear it.
On the motion to bifurcate or going back to?
No, the previous.
Sure.
You can disregard.
If you want to state that now, that's fine while we're resolving this other issue.
sure, this will give you a few minutes to think about bifurcation as well, and I would just say that our ethics code is designed to prevent conflicts of interest when there's action, municipal action, and that doesn't mean it prevents family members from serving on board or commission, but if there's a substantial or private interest that, you know, they're going to act on or vote on the board that they're on that conflicts with the fact that they have a familial relationship with the mayor or somebody, then they should recuse themselves. And just basically the situation creates a whole lot of opportunities for conflicts of interest for a family member of someone as prominent as the mayor, for example, serving on the board. I know that wasn't the example we had, but I just wanted to state it's a case-by-case conflict. It doesn't prevent someone from serving or someone's family members from serving.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Thanks for standing by. We're just working to resolve this parliamentary issue. And again, thanks for standing by, everyone. We are just waiting to resolve a question of precedence of motions.
Through the chair, the motion to bifurcate, according to Robert's rules, which is called a motion to divide the question, yields to all subsidiary motions except a motion to postpone indefinitely and to limit or extend debate, a couple of other ones. So right now, the motion to postpone to a time certain is on the floor. If that motion fails, then the motion to bifurcate could be made again. And I confirmed this with Mr. Gates.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard?
Can I just make a quick comment on my...
You're not in the queue?
Oh, goodness sakes. I'm having a bad night.
And which motion are you speaking to? The motion on the floor is to... But go ahead.
To postpone.
Postpone.
Right.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
I'm going to request just a little tiny bit of leeway to explain.
Actually, Ms. Allard, if you want to speak on the motion to postpone, but that's the only motion we have before
I'll
us.
speak on that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason that I don't believe we need to make a motion to postpone is because if we were to take, if the person who brought that motion forward would withdraw it, and we move to bifurcate, the individual, Bryce Wilbanks, is turning, I think, 22, and it wouldn't be an issue any longer. We did hire new staff to make sure that we could get our business done at the clerk's office, so my recommendation is to vote no on the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the motion to postpone, I'm sorry, I was on the other motion. Disregard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, how many of these items are being planned to be postponed because of a similar issue? Are there several of these?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there a...
1 second.
Mr. Vice Chair, do you want to speak
Yes,
to that?
thank you. As I have a list from the administration, there appear to be 1, 2, 3, 4 that fall into that category, and then 2 that fall into the category that they've requested to be postponed indefinitely. And so, yes, there are a number of them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So I noticed that the mayor seconded Ms. Allard's motion. So I wonder, is there an issue with delaying this for 2 weeks?
So, Mr. Weddleton, that is a question to Mayor Bronson.
Or staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer once again to Amy.
Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton. A big part of this is, number one, obviously we're getting into budget time, and then the 23rd is going to be very stacked with budget amendments and whatnot. And so as we look at this, it's either going to take work for the clerk's office to record this motion and move forward, but we were hoping to clear the decks and get some of these boards and commissions going. This is the Youth Advisory Commission. This is a commission that there's a number of youth have expressed interest, and we have a number more seats. So if anybody knows anybody who's interested, yes, you bring forward an Allard. We'll consider it. But Mr. Weddleton, our goal is just to move things along on the Assembly's agenda because the 23rd is going to be so stacked. We think this is a simple motion. As we heard, Bryce is going to be aging out pretty soon, so we thought, why take up that seat? Let's just take him off so we can get another youth in there. But that's what it is. It's just ease of operation.
Mr. Weddleton?
We know, I guess just speaking on this generally, if looking forward to a big party for the 22nd birthday, I mean, we could just pass it like it is. He doesn't have to take the seat, and if he gets off fairly soon, I mean, it's not a huge issue. I mean, I'm comfortable if that's the only issue is taking him off, is actually just to leave him on and vote for it as it's.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And that may be a resolution on this one item, but it's not so simple as make a motion to bifurcate and approve the motion and then the work is done. What happens is somebody has to manually go back into OnBase and make the amendments to the items that are in need of amendment before they can be finalized and published and prepared for signature and then uploaded into the systems and communicated to all the parties. And so what's effectively happening is work that is the administration's work is falling onto the clerk's office. And so what we're effectively attempting to do here is simplify the workflow and save time by having the people whose domain this work is from take responsibility for it. But with this item, I think actually it is fair to suggest, let's just appoint with Bryce on there and the date and time, he'll just be off at his 22nd birthday. If they're yeah, it would be automatic, right? Dean?
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yep.
I'm relatively confident I could get his resignation tomorrow.
Right. And so for the purposes of just being expeditious on this one item, I don't think it actually changes any work for the clerk's office if we approve this as written. So with that idea, I would actually concede to stepping back the motion to postpone this to the next meeting if the seconder would. Ms. Alatel?
Yes.
So with that, then we can move to approve this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So the motion to postpone has been withdrawn, and the second, Ms. Alatel agrees. So we now have the motion, the main motion to approve AM 703-2021 before us. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking back at the original creation of the commission, and it's not necessarily crystal clear that the term would expire on a 22nd birthday. I would be comfortable amending the term to expire on the 22nd birthday if that information was willing to be shared.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you through the chair. I don't have his birthday, but as I said, Ms. Salatel, he is more than willing. He is more than willing to resign tomorrow, if that would help you at all.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 703-2021.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to approve?
Yes.
The motion passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D9, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 704-2021, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, AERC appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant to postpone indefinitely, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
I'm just verifying that this is one of the two that the administration had asked for. Stand by. I could look over there. Is this one of the two? Yeah. So on behalf of the administration, the motion is postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 704-2021 indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? The motion to postpone item 10D9 indefinitely passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D11, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 706-2021, Election Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Madam Chair, I have a question about the appropriate motion.
So that would be a point of information?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I don't plan to support this item, to vote for this item, so I wonder if it's most appropriate to do a motion to postpone indefinitely, or if that might put the mayor in an awkward position if they want to fill those seats and it's postponed indefinitely, or if it's appropriate to move to approve and vote no. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Gates, could we get your opinion on the question of postponing indefinitely? Versus moving to approve and then voting against?
That's actually a little difficult for me to say which is better, but I would say that if it's postponed indefinitely, you know, that doesn't mean that you've got a bunch of empty seats unless they're already vacant. Whoever's terms expire, they have a provision in code that they carry over for at least 120 days. That should be sufficient time to do what needs to be done, to bring it back and fill them.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. And Ms. Quinn Davidson, was your question then also on the preceding item, which we postponed indefinitely?
It could have been, although I think Mr. Gates just answered the question, and they're going to bring it back right away, so I wasn't as worried about that one. Okay, move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Allard?
I was moving to move to approve, but I got beat to it. Sorry.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can I please ask the mover to explain why? Or the person who wanted to postpone indefinitely to give reason, please?
Sure, yeah, I just don't plan to support these nominees, so I'm moving to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Can I do a quick follow-up?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Is there any specific reasons why, or is it just because you don't want to?
I think that it's most appropriate, since these are volunteers, to be respectful and not get into the details, but I plan to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And we refrain from having these conversations in public due to the nature of the conversations concerning possible personnel and privacy issues. So it's been our practice to not have those discussions here. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just have a response from the administration on the motion, please?
Ms. Domboski?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy, Mr. Hanger has removed himself. He asked to be removed. That was shared with members at the work session. Heather Clopton is a nominee of this mayor. She will be coming back regardless of what action is taken tonight. However, it should be noted for the Assembly, the Elections Commission has a 5-member commission. It currently has 1 vacant seat. Ms. Abney has been notified she is no longer serving. So this now is a 4-4 board.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Kennedy? Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there was discussion at the work session about Joyce Anderson, and for the administration, when they bring back a replacement for Ward Hinger, I think his name was, I hope you consider Ms. Anderson. You know, this is a board with a lot of technical expertise. In code, it says it's preferred, although not required, that you have worked on elections before, and even in an area of significant responsibility. It's a 5-member board. It's a lot of responsibility. I think I heard some, actually, is Joyce here? Ms. Anderson, are you here? Hello, Ms. Anderson. Could you come up, please? I'd like to ask you a couple questions. And I know that you are being replaced in an item in the 11s, but I'm hoping we can speak with you a little bit about your willingness. You know, if it were available, would you be willing to, one of the people is withdrawn, would you be willing to continue serving if they nominated you in the future?
Assemblymember Dunbar, Joyce Anderson. I'm currently a member of the Election Commission and have been since 2012. I would be interested in serving on the commission again. I have a lot of experience in the election area. I served as Director of Elections and Voter Registration for the City of Minneapolis for 16 years before I moved here. and I've also been on a state task force for elections as well. So I feel I bring a lot of experience to the Election Commission and provide some background that may not be available by other individuals on the commission that have actually worked in the trenches.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I don't know if any of my colleagues have questions for you. And then, of course, your actual item is up in the 11s, so please don't leave in case there are more questions. But really appreciate you being here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard, second time.
Yes, Ms. Anderson, may I ask you a couple questions, please? Thank you. I haven't seen it, and maybe you did you send an email or anything requesting to stay on the Elections Commission by any chance?
I was contacted by the city clerk's office asking if I wanted to continue on the commission, which I indicated I was. And I know there was an email sent on September 1st by Erica McConnell to the previous director or person holding the commissions and boards position, and a resume as well as my attendance was sent along as well.
So I appreciate your service. Thank you so much for what you've done. My question is, you stated that you were on the board since 2012. Do you believe that other community members who step forward should be able to have that same opportunity to serve and maybe not have the same members serving for 11 years? If I did my math right, maybe, was it 9? I can't remember. What is the math? 9.
And 9.
Sorry.
I do believe that it's a great opportunity for people to serve on the Election Commission. I do feel that they need to have some sort of background regarding elections, whether they've served as a election worker for the state of Minnesota, sorry, that's where I'm from, state of Alaska, or whether they have served in the Muni as an election worker. And of course now we do vote by mail, which makes it a little different to serve in a precinct, but we still have the vote centers and we still have the office where there is staff. Yes, I agree. There should be other people on the commission as well.
Madam Chair, I just have one last question. Can you tell me again when your term ends, please?
My term ends this year.
Oh,
on October 25th, I believe it is.
Oh, so you are terming out. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AM 706-2021.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely, item 10D11, passes 9-2. We now have before us item 10D12, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 707-2021, Homeless Housing and Neighborhood Development Commission hand appointments. What is the will of the body?
Point of information.
What is your question, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I apologize. Oh, hearing some opera. That's nice. I apologize, but I would like to, one of the potential appointees I cannot support, but one I can. And so I'm wondering, given all the discussion about bifurcation, what the best course of action that the clerk would recommend.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. So the sequence of motions would be first a move to approve and then a motion to bifurcate.
And we're okay with that. Okay, move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I think I spoke to the purpose of that, so I'll move to bifurcate the two appointments.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to bifurcate? Ms. Allard?
Yeah, could she, the mover, explain why, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain that again. I don't plan to support one of the potential appointees, but I plan to support the other, and I don't want to vote against it because then I couldn't support both of them. Or I would like to support one. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, are you back in the queue?
We had work sessions on these, and they weren't brought up at the time, and now we're going back through it, but now we can't talk about it publicly, and it's concerning because, to me, it's just all personal reasons. We've already discussed these individuals, and now when someone doesn't either show up for the work sessions or misses the assembly meetings, we're delaying this. And
Thank you, Ms. Allard. You are right. It is up to the individual members to seek out information, as many of us do after meetings, to make determinations on how a member will vote. The motion to bifurcate is before the body. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote to bifurcate AM 707-2021.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to bifurcate.
Yes.
The motion to bifurcate passes 10-1.
Move to approve the appointment of Kathy Hensley.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you want to speak anymore? Okay, thank you. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, so I guess one of my questions is, I thought we weren't supposed to bifurcate anymore, but now all of a sudden we can. But could the individual speak more on why they don't want Ms. Hensley to move forward, or why we're bifurcating that?
I don't see any other members in the queue. Ms. Quinn Davidson, did you?
I was just going to help Ms. Allard. I think this is actually a motion to approve Ms. Hensley, not the reverse.
Oh, okay, thank you. Then I'll go ahead and speak on the one for the motion to approve. We aren't supposed to be bifurcating because we said the clerk had too much work, and we're going to continue to.
Ms. Allard, Mr. Vice Chair has asked to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you. So there's just a slight logical leap here that we have to make if we can. The reason why it's different is because this is a member asking to bifurcate for their purposes. But if it's from the administration who's asking for us, then it's really needs to be on their staff to do that work, to get it into OnBase and set up. So it would be irrational for us to expect the administration to submit an item that we would ask to be bifurcated. And it's just, so it's a matter of whose responsibility it is. And this is from a member, so it's our responsibility. That's the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Constant, was that why you were in the queue?
Yes, yes.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the bifurcated motion of approving Kathy Hensley per AM 707-2021 of the Homeless Housing and Neighborhood Development Commission.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
The motion passes 9-2.
Madam Chair, can we quickly, I apologize, can we reconsider, please? Or, yeah.
A motion to reconsider.
Or if I can change my vote before the, is it too late?
I guess I could do a voice vote.
I misunderstood.
Let me see if I can do that, all right? Okay, do you want to revote? You can make that announcement.
We'll go ahead and revote on item 10D12 as bifurcated on the appointment of Kathy Hensley to the Homeless Housing and Neighborhood Development Commission per AM 707-2021 as bifurcated.
Mr. Peterson, this is on the motion to approve Kathy Hensley.
Yes.
The motion to approve 10D12 as bifurcated passes 11-0.
Move to postpone indefinitely the appointment of Julie Colum.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I'd like to speak to that. I would say I've had many conversations with Ms. Colom over the last year or so, and she is quick to point out, John, I disagree with you very often. But my experience with her is she has been very, very busy learning a lot about how we operate, how the city operates, and I hope that I've helped her get information and so on. And I think this is the kind of person we do want on boards and commissions, and I think there should be a variety of viewpoints on boards and commissions. I don't have to agree with them, but I like to know that there is a dynamic there. So I will not support this. I think she is a good community citizen. She's learning a lot, and this would be a good position for her. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I defer to my Chief of Staff.
Ms. Graham?
Through the chair, Ms. Colum is a 25-year resident of Alaska, and she's very passionate about helping the vulnerable people in our community. Some of her volunteer experience includes working at the Food Bank of Alaska, the cold weather shelter at Change Point, being a foster care parent, being a teen mom mentor, and she's currently in orientation with the Covenant House to be a mentor for children that age out of the foster care system. We think that she would be a great candidate.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also know Julie, and I will tell you, I don't agree with her a lot of the times, and I think it brings good diversity. She's also on the Community Council for Upper O'Malley, and I would just hate for us to continue to stonewall community members who really want to volunteer their time, have chosen to take time out of their schedules to step up and do their civic duties. So I just want to kind of bring up to my colleagues here that we're a small town, we're neighbors, everybody knows everybody, probably 1 degree removed, and I really want to encourage us that we kind of stop just stonewalling community members. We're going to run out of people, and we need balances on our boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and I just remind members to please refrain from speaking to motive.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not going to support the motion to postpone this appointment indefinitely. I do know Ms. Coulomb from her work with the Huffman-O'Malley Community Council, and definitely we've had some good conversations. She's been involved, and we generally don't agree.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to kind of echo some of the sentiments in regard to Ms. Coulomb's appointment here on this committee. I've known her for her 25 years that she's actually lived in Alaska. So I would appreciate that we would not support this motion to postpone indefinitely, but would go ahead and vote. Ms. Coulomb is absolutely an active member of our community, certainly within her neighborhood and that community, and she also knows Eagle River. So I think she's quite engaged and she does her homework, so I'd like to see her appointed. So I think we should vote down the postponement indefinite, the motion to postpone indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'm going to go to Ms. Zalatel next, since she's not spoken.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In reviewing the HAND Advisory Commission and its 9 members, there's very specific roles HAND Commission members need to fulfill. With the last appointee we just approved, that would have fulfilled a real estate interest. I don't see how the resume of the appointee that we're discussing right now fulfills one of the specific requirements for the HAND Commission, either as one of the 4 members who represents either the homeless population, a nonprofit agency, public safety, a business, a school district, a government official, the faith community, lower income neighborhoods, or a charitable organization. And I don't believe I saw anything for the other portion, which is a member who experiences disabilities or represents the following interest: real estate, banking, multifamily development, nonprofit housing organization, home builders, or supportive housing providers. And the reason I raise this is I think it's really important because the HAND Commission is the commission that helps and develops the strategic planning around our federal funding around HUD funds, which play an integral role in our overall strategy to address homelessness. So if the administration could speak to which specific role she meets under the requirements, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I once again will defer to Chief of Staff Sammy Graham.
Thank you. Ms. Graham?
Thanks. Through the chair, Mrs. Colum represents the homeless population. She has foster children that have lived with her, and so we have her as helping to represent the homeless situation or population.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Ms. Zalatel, did you have any follow-up? Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to clarify because the comments that I would disagree with Ms. Colum comes up. She is not disagreeable, and I think what's really important is we disagree, but we work very well together and discuss the issues, and I think that's critical and kind of a skill for being on any board. So she disagrees, but not disagreeable.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Madam Chair, is it possible that Julie could speak? She is here, and she could speak to her experience with the homeless and any other things that some of these bodies might be in disagreement with her qualifications. Sanderson was able to.
To your question, Ms. Allard, first, Ms. Anderson actually was not an appointment or a nominee for the prior item where she came up to answer questions. The questions were related to her service on the board. Second, if Ms. Coulomb would like to come up, I will allow that. However, I need to caution folks that if questions veer into personal, then it would be appropriate to have an executive session because we want to be mindful of reputation, and generally too, we're talking about volunteer positions. So go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just would like to see if we can have Julie come up and speak a little bit to her experience, please.
Welcome, Ms. Coulomb, and if you would go ahead and speak to your...
Is this on? Okay. Yeah, hi. I didn't really expect to come up here, but so I appreciate what everybody said about me because I have been on a sharp learning curve the last year and a half. I would say my qualifications really is, I am part of the faith community. My husband and I served the overflow for homeless when the churches were doing that. So I do fill that qualification, but to me, this was important for me to be on because of my son. We adopted my son out of the foster care system at 5, and he's been in and out of jail and streets, and I have been with the homeless community looking for him, and so I have personal experience with this, and it means a lot to me, and I'm passionate about it. So you could say my qualifications is representing homeless or the faith community, either one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can I just do a clarification then?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
So you personally have a family member that lives under your roof that has experienced the homelessness, and you've been intertwined?
Well, my son's not currently under my roof, but yeah, we got him out of the system. He has a lot of problems. So we've been living this for about, well, he's almost 30, so for a long time.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Ms. Coulomb. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely the bifurcated motion of AM 707-2021 to postpone indefinitely the appointment of Julie Coulomb to the Homeless Housing and Neighborhood Development Commission.
Ms. Peterson, on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
No.
The motion to postpone indefinitely fails 2-9.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Kennedy.
Well, is there a motion to approve? It's been bifurcated, so they need to move to approve Ms. Cologne.
And Mr. Weddleton, would you just state for the record that you are, or just agree that you are moving to approve the bifurcated item?
Correct.
Okay.
Move to approve Ms. Coulomb for the hand commission. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Ms. Coulomb, I have received some hot emails from you, and I myself have been known to send a few hot emails and have been on the learning curve myself and continue to be so. My only hope is that if and when you're appointed to this commission right now, you bring compassion to the people in the streets of our town, because this position is a rare commission in which it makes direct recommendations for funding for how we're going to address these problems, and it's near and dear to my heart. It's what brought me to the municipality. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank Ms. Coulomb for coming. I don't know you personally. I was only going by some feedback I received from folks after hearing from you and what you've gone through and the service you've provided to our community. I just want to say thanks, and I'll be supporting you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 707-2021 as bifurcated, Julie Coulomb for Homeless Housing and Neighborhood Development Commission.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion to approve 10D12 as bifurcated passes 9-2. We now have before us item 10D15, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 710-2021, Board of Ethics appointment. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Sorry, I pulled that one in error.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
So this one, actually, I have a bit of a problem with. And I want to state this problem into the record whichever way the wind blows. So I've known Ms. Wilson for a couple of years. She is an attorney who serves the state of Alaska. And the last time she came before us, approximately a month ago, she shouted that she is no longer nonpartisan, that she has taken a side. And to me, this is like the one commission that begs for people to serve who have not taken a side. Because the questions of ethics, this and maybe the Elections Commission, are commissions that need to be unstained from the hands of political persuasion and instead need to be voices that we can really depend on. And so I'm not exactly sure how to vote on this, but I want to make sure we have that conversation because that person literally, the last time they were here, told us they are no longer able to be unbound by partisan fervor.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. I know this is concerning too, but it sort of brings balance. I don't remember that testimony. I'm sure it happened, I just don't remember it. But I wanted to also state that people are going to lean one way or another. It's 50-50. We're either going to vote for this president or that president, right? And so I think it just brings balance, and we need that. I think regardless if she is more right-leaning or left-leaning, at this time I think a lot of our boards are just a little unbalanced, and she just brings a different perspective, and I hope we could just respect that a little bit and allow this to go through, and otherwise it'll just be another person who probably feels or believes the same way with Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My municipal manager, Amy Demboski, has worked with Ms. Wilson. I'd like her to make a comment.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. In my former role as Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Commerce, Community and Economic Development, Ms. Wilson was one of the AAGs that was assigned to the Alcohol Marijuana Control Office, which was a direct report to me. What I can tell you in her legal profession, in my experience with her, is frankly I had no idea what side of the political aisle she was on as she was evaluating marijuana licenses, business licenses, and frankly some employment matters where potentially some sensitive issues were brought up. I found her to be nothing but professional and interpret the law and apply the law as is. I also want to just clarify one thing. In her testimony before this body, she made it very clear that she was a lifelong Democrat, supporting Democrat candidates, and her position had changed to support the mayor. That is true, Mr. Constant. But I also want to point out to her qualifications. Under the direct report of the Chief Executive Officer of the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, she was the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer in that organization. She gave advice, consultation, and guidance on ethical and compliance issue for an organization representing almost $750 million worth of annual revenues. She recommended corrective actions and other actions to promote ethical culture, decisions, and behavior. So while I can understand sometimes when a mayor is in a position to make appointments, those people may have a different political persuasion or maybe a different philosophy. And I think you'll see from this mayor some of the nominees that he puts forward, he maybe doesn't agree with on everything either. But what we look for in the Board of Ethics are attorneys. In this position, it's an attorney who can be fair, can be objective, and I am somebody who worked with Ms. Wilson for almost 3 years, for just over 2 years, and I can tell you from my personal experience, she is just that. She's very professional when she's applying the law. She's fair, she's thoughtful, and I appreciated the fact that her and I disagreed on many things, and she would educate me very softly on how the law actually worked. And I think that perspective with the Board of Ethics will be helpful. And my expectation, Mr. Constant, is you will find her to be very fair.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think much like some other folks, I also have a lot of experience working with Ms. Wilson, particularly with mom and pops. Worked with her for several years. That took quite a while. You know, I want to echo a lot of the statements that Ms. Demboski made. I did find her to be very fair, good to work with. I do have a question, though, and I'm wondering if Ms. Ennis is available, if she is on the line. Okay, thank you. Ms. Ennis, I assume that you've had a chance to look over Ms. Wilson's resume. Do the qualifications look right for you for Ms. Wilson to serve on the Board of Ethics?
Yes, the technical qualifications, correct.
Thank you. Were there any concerns that you had about Ms. Wilson's appointment?
Not about her appointment, but the person she would be replacing has been on the board for 4 years, is one of our more prolific opinion writers. Of course, I'm sure Ms. Wilson has the same talents. We just recently got a new member, so we would have 2 new members out of a 5-person board that's expected to write opinions. But Ms. Wilson's resume did speak that she's had ethics experience and should pick that up quickly.
Thank you. I guess just one final comment. I appreciate the concern that Mr. Constant is raising, and I'll keep mulling over that, but I will likely be supporting Ms. Wilson's confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And I just want to note to Joan, I wasn't speaking against her. I was simply putting an important question on the table for this board, which is, to me, one of the most critical functions we have in the municipality is fairness that we can all depend on, so that when an opinion comes down, like we have 2 in our packet today, we can trust that it's what we need it to be, which is fair and clear on the standards that we need. And so I think there isn't anything other than that concern worthy of not moving her. I have spent time with her in Homer and personal events. I share the same perspective that she has done nothing but professional work in her professional position. And so I just had to make sure that conversation was on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 710-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion to approve item 10D15 passes 11-0. We now have before us item 10D17, Assembly Memorandum number AM 712-2021, Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, you know, part of the reason for creating this commission was, one, to ensure that we get folks with lived experience to provide both the mayor and the assembly advice, and 2, that we get a wide variety of perspectives that help the municipality with its work on houselessness, because we know houselessness is multifaceted. So can the administration please address these 2 points and how the appointees brought forward meet these criteria? Thank you.
Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking to our boards and commissions team down there, so if one of you will respond to the chair, please.
Through the chair, could you restate the question?
Sure. So there's 2 parts to the question. First, can you confirm that all of these individuals being appointed have lived experience? And then 2, can you please speak to the varying perspectives that the individuals bring to the table? Thank you.
Yes. So through the chair, there are certain parameters that are supposed to be filled by people on the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board. One is to be a substance misuse disorder. One is to have domestic violence survivor. There is at-large positions, a veteran position, and families. So the people that are coming forward on the memorandum, one person has a substance misuse disorder. She also has a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering and math. Another person is a domestic violence survivor. She's a case manager for ARC. She is a crisis intervention specialist and volunteers at the Interior Center for non-living, I think it is. The at-large person has a bachelor's degree in psychology, also a master's degree of science in counseling, and is a clinical supervisor. Another person is definitely a veteran and has lived the houseless experience. And the last person has to do with families of houseless lived experience. So they're on your assembly memorandum, and without naming their names, you're welcome to look at them.
Thanks. So just a quick follow-up, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure that it's on the record, and I think it's just a simple yes would suffice.
Oh,
Can you just
sorry.
confirm that all of the individuals who are listed on this AM have either current or former lived experience with houselessness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatil? I move to postpone this item to the meeting of December 7th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zelatil? Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to postpone this item. I received some late information around one nominee that is somewhat concerning, and also I would like to have the opportunity to have a work session about the Homeless Lived Experience Advisory Board. That's going to roll off the tongue faster here soon, to make sure that we are fully in understanding. We passed the creation of the board, but we haven't really discussed in the context its full mission and how these individuals will be kicking off that mission and that role. Because this is a new board, advisory board, I think it is worthwhile to make sure we are setting it up for success. And having the opportunity to really dig in and make sure that it's not just simply the technical requirements, but that these individuals are ready to serve and provide the kind of guidance and lived experience that was the intention of the ordinance passed. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is that we did pass an ordinance. The slots have been put forward, or the individuals have been put forward. We passed it quickly. We moved fast on it because we said it was so important that we were able to get this board formed. And they technically are qualified. I know that is absolutely a necessity. Now we're questioning whether we like them or not. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. I will remind Ms. Allard that to please refrain from speaking to motive.
I wasn't.
I will remind all members to please refrain from speaking to motive. It is the chair's ruling that that was speaking to motive. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify for the record, I did not hear any words akin to I do like or do not like any of these appointees from Ms. Zelatil. So I appreciate your ruling on that. That said, I'm wondering if we could push this maybe one sooner, and I know that there's so much going on, but you know, akin to what Ms. Allard said, for me, the sooner that we can get folks on this board, the better. And so I'm wondering if Ms. Zelatil might be, or if there's any particular reason that it's December 7th and not November 23rd, because for me, the sooner that we can get folks on this board so that this board can do what it's supposed to do, the better.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zelatil?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Rivera. It was just simply the press of business. If we can get a work session in the intervening time, I am perfectly happy to change the motion to the 23rd of November, if the second would agree.
And I would.
And we are just verifying on the availability of dates here for work sessions. So 1 second. There is availability this Friday, and a question to Ms. Demboski and Ms. Graham if that would work to do a work session this Friday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we already have 2 work sessions scheduled. We're happy to accommodate, but really this is an assembly-driven work session, so we're happy to listen to hear what the assembly is expecting, and we're happy to support it as available as we can.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. I'll just verify with the mover and the seconder that since we do have availability, we have 2 work sessions. I know this group is accustomed sometimes to having 4 or 5 work sessions in a day, and there is space this Friday, the 12th. Would that work for the mover and the seconder? Okay, so then the motion is to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd. I'll go ahead and go through the queue. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to quickly remind the members of the Assembly that there are 4 more seats that are available for this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. My comments are in 2 parts. One, to the public who thinks that this is just extraordinary, too many questions about appointees, what's really extraordinary is the volume of appointees. And so that's the issue that we're dealing with. Rarely do you have 85 to 100 people put forward as a slate of nominees. And so we're simply, in my opinion at least, doing our due diligence, which might seem to some as simply resisting the mayor or his appointees, or it might seem like that, but really the effort here is to do our due diligence. The second, it's kind of a question. What I heard from the administration is that it's the Assembly's work session. I think the gist of the question was, are the folks who are being nominated willing to come and have a conversation with us? And if they are, great. If they don't want to, we should talk about that maybe offline as we kind of prep for Friday. And if folks don't want it to be in public, then the other alternative is an executive session because these matters are sensitive. However, I would think if these individuals are being appointed to serve in public seats that have a designation, that hopefully at least a number of them would be willing to chat with us before we get that work going. So that would be my hope, is beyond you can have a work session and we'll support you how we can. Can we have the individuals, or at least invite them to participate as well, so that we have a meaningful conversation as opposed to just, as often happens, Assembly members talking in circles.
Ms. Demboski.
Sorry, Mr. Constant, made me laugh. It is, the administration's more than welcome to, are willing to reach out to these members and let them know. Of course, you know, this week, the day out, sandwiched in between a holiday, I don't know who's available, who's not available. And the other thing, I'll just be very candid with you, Mr. Constant. Many of our nominees have felt apprehensive of putting their names forward because they feel like they're going to be grilled by this assembly. And a lot of people will look at it and say, this is a volunteer position. I'm not going to put myself through a public ruling. So I'm just being very honest with you about the apprehension we've received in this particular commission. There's a number of members, as Ms. Graham read off the qualifications, that maybe someone who has been a survivor of domestic violence doesn't want to feel like they're being put on the spot, so to speak. So I think a collaborative conversation is is always welcome. But it may be helpful, Mr. Constant, if you and I make those phone calls together.
Deal.
Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. Ms. Demboski's comment raises something I wanted to raise around all boards and commissions, which is, you know, we rely on this volunteer expertise to advise the administration of the Assembly, and it is volunteer, and it's very appreciated. But the resumes are usually the only information the Assembly really has to go on. And so if there's a way that we can make sure the resumes reflect the qualifications or, you know, tick the right boxes for the particular appointment, that would be really helpful. It's not a matter of, you know, it's part of that due diligence process. And I understand we all have our resume and it's, you know, at the ready, but sometimes maybe these could be prepared in such a way, or we could talk about an appropriate cover sheet or something like that. I would love a good process so that we both get what we need out of this process. And it really is just about making sure we're doing the right due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy. What is your question?
Thank you. I was wondering if we can get rid of the word indefinitely. We kind of have postpone indefinitely and then to November 23rd. And so I'm just being picky on that. But if we could say postpone to November 23rd because it is a time specific. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Let the record reflect Ms. Kennedy reads it. Okay, so the clerk is going to change the language to say it has been changed to postpone to a time certain to the meeting of November 23rd. So members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 712-2021 to the meeting of November 23rd.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to postpone to November 23rd.
Yes.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd passes 10-1. Okay, that concludes our consent agenda. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion that we change the order of the day to take up item 12A, the election certification. That's Assembly Memorandum 736-2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Constant?
We have members of the Election Commission here, and this is kind of the last item before we move into our regular agenda, so I would love to knock this out now. It should take just a few minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 12A next.
Madam Chair, before everybody goes to vote, can I just make, I apologize, is it too late for me to make a comment?
I've started voting.
Actually, yes. Once I've stated the question and the process to vote is in motion, then it is.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to change the order of the day.
Yes.
The motion to change the order of the day to take up item 12A next passes 10-1. We now have before us item 12A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 736-2021, certification of the October 26, 2021 special municipal election. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend the election staff, as we often do. This was an unusual election, obviously. You can see from the report, very detailed report, that it was another smoothly run election. And again, just want to commend them for that and congratulate my colleague, Ms. Zolotel, for the strong vote of confidence from her constituents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I had a quick question on here, and sorry, since we just got this, I didn't get a chance to read it, but I know Ms. McConnell or someone here. Oh, there she is. Hi there. So looking at page 2 and challenge and rejected ballot envelopes, line 5 through 12. So you sent 263 letters, opportunity to cure, 158 were successful. So that left 105 not cured. But then going down to line 10 and 11, it says no signature match uncured, and then no signature uncured, and that's 120. Are they not in that, not a subset of the line 7 issues?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, the information that is detailed regarding the rejected ballot envelopes is just a subset of all of the envelopes that were rejected, just some of the most common categories. If you turn to the last sheet in your packet, which is the report of canvass from the Anchorage Election Commission, you'll see every single category of ballot or ballot envelopes that were rejected, which does total 231. So again, the information in the report is just a subset.
Oh, okay, thanks. Didn't read it, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. McConnell. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 736-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? The motion to approve item 12A passes 11-0. We will now take our regularly scheduled dinner break and be back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Want me to hold for a minute? No? Okay, now we're recording. The clerk has asked, excuse me, let me start over altogether. As I previously described, the intent right now is to make a motion that will essentially recreate a second consent agenda so we don't have to go through every single item that people all agree on unanimously. And so I'm going to make a motion that is a motion to take up items 11A through 11AB. If I could get a second.
Second.
Thank you. So that is every item that is in the 11s section. And so the next part of the process will be we're going to just go down the dais and ask members which items that they want to take up individually under items 11A to 11AB. And so, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So I'll go ahead down the dais and ask each member if there are any of the items in the 11 section, as Mr. Constant indicated, that you would like to remove from essentially this treatment of these items as a consent agenda. So Mr. Perez-Verdia?
If you can come back to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, none for me at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 11L and 11R.
11L and 11R. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 11Y. And I may have another one, but I'm going to need another second. Thank you. So 11Y and 11A. Thank you. And 11A. Mr. Constant?
On behalf of the administration, it's 11P, 11T, T as in Thomas. And I would again ask you to come back to me. We'll get through the list.
So for now, it's 11P and 11T on behalf of the administration. Ms. Kennedy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, never mind.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I'm sorry, Mr. Constant?
Never mind.
No.
It was already pulled.
Okay. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My item has been pulled as well.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Allard?
Was 11A already pulled, Madam Chair?
Yes, 11A has been pulled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Weddleton?
11R.
And 11R has been pulled. I'll go back down and start with, oh, actually, I guess I could go through the queue. Would that be easier at this point? Mr. Dunbar, were you in the queue for additional items? Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. 2 additional items, 11G is in golf and 11X, X-ray. Thank you.
11G and 11X. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
The items I had were pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. We'll just pause for a minute here and let members review the list. It's a long list. I can review.
Question for the administration. I have a note that says 11S is in Sam, but I don't know why. So I'm thinking it came from a conversation with your team. Were any of those on your list? No? Okay, thank you.
I'll go through the list. Actually, give me a minute. I'm going to put them in alphabetical order. 1 second. Oh. So right now there are 4 items being pulled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 4. I'm sorry. 8. Why did I divide that by 2? Thanks for understanding. 11A, G, or A, C. Oh, wait a minute. That is a G. Okay, this is why we're going over the list a couple times. A, G, L, P, R, T, X, and Y. X. Are there any others? Seeing no other members in the queue, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I would move to approve all items on the list except for 11A, GL, PR, T, X, and Y.
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Is there any, how is the clerk muted? Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, you have R and P reversed, but it doesn't matter.
Members may now proceed to vote to approve all items through 11A through 11AB except 11A, 11G, 11L, 11P, 11R, 11T, 11Y, X, and 11Y.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to approve all of the items from 11A through 11AB except the 8 that were pulled.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes 11-0. So we have approved 20 out of 28 of those items in the 11s, with the exception of 11A, G, L, P, R, T, X, and Y, which will go back now through those items and take them up individually. So we now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum number AM 644-2021, Municipal Airports Aviation Advisory Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's an amendment, Madam
Moved
Chair.
and seconded. Ms. Allard?
This is on behalf of the administration, Mayor Bronson, for the amendment.
So you have moved Bronson Amendment number 1, and who was the second?
Mr. Weddleton is, aren't you? He is.
And Mr. Weddleton seconds.
It looks
Ms.
like
Allard, do you want to speak further to the amendment?
Sure. Actually, you know what? Since it's the administration's, I'll go ahead and ask the administration if they want to go ahead and speak on it.
Mayor
I could do
Bronson?
it too. It's up to them.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, this one incorrectly listed, while Mr. Zirkle is a business owner, he should have been reflected as a member of the Alaska Airmen's Association. So this amendment just corrects that.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for administration and maybe Mr. Shanigan. So we've got 4 people appointed. One question is, are there more empty seats?
Actually, Mr. Weddleton, I just have to ask, is this specifically on the amendment?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Okay, we can come back to you after.
Way ahead. No, that's fine. Sorry.
Okay,
Getting
thank
ahead
you.
of myself.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Bronson Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The amendment passes 11-0. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. So a few questions for the administration is, one is how many more seats are there on this? I'm sorry I didn't check. And is one filled by a business owner on muni leased land?
Through the chair, the answer is yes.
Okay. And then we heard in testimony early in the opening audience participation from Mr. Cartier, who said that there was a new member added on June 22nd, which is before your time, but I know you had researched this stuff substantially. It's assigned to a seat that wasn't existing or not defined. Can you talk about the status of that seat?
Yeah, through the chair, Bryce Wilbanks, Deputy Chief of Staff. Regarding that seat, the 2 seats that are filled in June were actually the business owner seats. One of them must be on muni property. The other one must be on just a general business owner in the city of Anchorage. So yes, those were legal seats and allowed seats. I think there's just clerical confusion in what those were.
Okay, so if I could follow up, so are those people who were appointed in June, are they still seated or did theirs end in October?
Yes, sir, they are still seated.
They're still seated, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zalata?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm a little bit confused with the seat. So I just want to put these in context. Occupied by Chet Harris, which is seat 3. Is that the intention to have it remain an open seat in the moment and then seek an appointment later? It appears that that may have expired in 2019?
Yes. Through the chair, the answer is yes. So that seat did already expire, and Chet was not renewed. There's no AM existing that renews him for that seat. So according to our records and what we know, Chet Harris has not been serving on the board officially.
Is it the administration's intent to bring forward a name to replace that vacancy in the near future?
Through the chair, yes. And may I follow up?
Go ahead.
Through the chair, we have invited Mr. Harris to reapply to the board. And he has reapplied, so he will be in consideration.
Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 644-2021.
As amended.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-2. We now have before us item 11G, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 655-2021, Anchorage Women's Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to bifurcate. I wish to bifurcate because it's a...
Second.
Because,
Second.
Oh, do I...
Actually, Ms. Zelatel, we need a motion to approve first.
Oh, sorry. Okay, move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zelatel?
I want, for point of information, I would like to move to bifurcate, and I would like to be specific in my motion because it is a 2 and a 1. Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay. I move to bifurcate so that we take up Ms. Johnson and Ms. Scott together and Ms. Clompton independently. Thank you.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded by
Second.
Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you. Just like on previous motion to bifurcate by another member, I cannot support one nomination, but I can support 2 others, and so I would like to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to bifurcate AM 655-2021 to separate Heather Clompton on one and Alexis Johnson and Renee Scott on the other.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion to bifurcate passes 10-1. Ms. Zelatel?
I move to approve Ms. Johnson and Ms. Scott. Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Zelatel, did you want to speak any further to the motion? No. Ms. Allard?
I just wanted to remind the body that we weren't supposed to be bifurcating and we're doing it again. Thank you.
Do you need him to talk to that? Probably not.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, and just again, the purpose of the conversation about the motions to bifurcate on behalf of the administration are the fact that there's a bunch of back-end work that has to be done by somebody, and if the work is presented to us by the mayor's office, it's our genial request that they do that work on the back end because it's their projects, and so when a member opts to make a motion to bifurcate, then it's the member's responsibility, which means it's the clerk's responsibility. And so we're attempting to ensure that the workflow is in order.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, can I follow up with that?
You're not in the queue, but if you have do you have a point of information or a further question?
Yes, when I wanted to move as a member to bifurcate, how come that wasn't allowed again? I'm a member, or just for clarification?
Yes, I'm happy to clarify. A member is permitted to make any motion that is in order, and another member is permitted to second such a motion, and then it is the will of the body.
Madam Chair, if I might. The ruling was that the motion to postpone indefinitely is a motion that takes precedence over a motion to bifurcate. And so the motion was out of order because there was already a motion on the floor. Had the motion to postpone indefinitely failed, then the member would have been within her rights to make a motion to bifurcate.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Can I do a quick follow-up to that?
One moment, please. As I noted, a member is permitted to make any motion that is in order. And as Mr. Constant stated, there is a precedence of motions, and some motions supersede others. The motion to postpone to a date certain superseded the motion to bifurcate.
Can I speak on that, please?
Actually, we are not having a discussion of that piece, Ms. Allard, at this time, so I have issued...
Can I do a point of order?
That's the motion that's on the floor.
The motion on the floor is to approve Ms. Johnson and Ms. Scott.
So is that a no?
What rule do you believe has been broken, Ms. Allard?
I believe that the body is working against me in the fact that I actually pleaded with my fellow assembly members to vote down the motion to not approve or postpone indefinitely or whatever. I can't remember the exact ruling. I apologize. So that I could bifurcate, and then obviously the body didn't agree with me on it, so I assume there's a little bit of favoritism going on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. It is my ruling that the motion to bifurcate was out of order per the section that was referenced in Robert's rules. And in following the rules, we were not permitted to take up as a body the motion to bifurcate, but instead had to address the motion to postpone to a date certain first. Thank you, Ms. Allard. We now have the motion to approve Ms. Johnson and Ms. Scott. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the bifurcated AM 655-2021 to appoint Ms. Johnson and Ms. Scott to the Women's Commission.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The bifurcated motion of 11G passes 11-0. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve Heather Clopton.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Kennedy, did you want to speak to the motion?
Well, thank you. I'm not sure why the bifurcated action was done, but I do believe that Ms. Clopton has, we should be voting as well. So I just hope that everyone will vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion, the bifurcated motion of AM 655-2021 to approve Heather Clopton to the Women's Commission.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
The motion passes 7-4. We now have before us item 11L, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 660-2021, Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd.
Second.
Moved and seconded, or the motion to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was one of the boards that I brought up during the work session, and the administration indicated they would get information back to us, and I apologize if it was sent to us and we just didn't receive it yet, but I haven't seen it. I have no particular issue with these appointments, but this is one of the boards that has very specific legal requirements. Only 3 people can be involved in buying, selling, or developing land, and it appeared that 4 or perhaps even all 5 of the appointments were engaged in that kind of activity. So I just asked that we postpone until November 23rd to give the administration the opportunity to provide that feedback about which are filling those 3 roles, and then who else on the commission is filling other roles. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a question to add to the mix here.
As loud as it'll go up. Can you hear it?
If folks on the line could please mute. Thank you.
And because really, on our phone, we can hear just fine. And
if folks on the line could please mute.
Right, but on our phone down in the copy room, it comes through like, yeah, I don't know what difference it is. Turn the volume up.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. And it's not really in regard specifically to the postponement, but there is an additional question that I'd like to have maybe better defined. So I can hold that until after the vote, or I can just say it now. Depends on what the chair would allow.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. If the question is relevant to the discussion concerning whether or not to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd,
yeah, that's a tough one, but it's probably, the postponement's probably going to pass anyway, so I'll ask my question when we're done. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll defer to Chief Staff Sammy Graham.
Ms. Graham?
Actually, they're looking at me, so I'm going to jump in here. I can answer some of Assemblymember Dunbar's questions. So Tammy Oswald has relinquished her real estate license, so she is not one of the members in real estate. Scott Myers has asked to be removed from this commission, from the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission. So that one is out. And there was some questions about Brett Wilbanks. He is not a general contractor, though he's performed that type of work for personal property he's owned of his own or his family's. He's never actually held a license as a general contractor. So hopefully that answers some of the questions. But this particular advisory board, as I said, Scott Myers has asked to be removed. So this would require a bifurcation in order to move this forward. And the other thing I do want to remind the body, the Heritage Land Bank Advisory Commission has been one of the commissions that's had difficulty achieving a quorum. So this is one that if you want the work to get through them, we need to move them forward.
Mr. Dunbar, do you have any follow-up? I know you had asked about information.
Yes,
sent.
and so I think I would prefer that we move to postpone until the 23rd and get an S version that removes Mr. Myers and also has the sort of explanations in writing. I also, my other question is, are there any, besides these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these 6 folks, is there anyone else on this board currently, or is this represents everyone that's being either replaced?
Through the chair, this is Sammy Graham, Chief of Staff. There is one other seat, seat 5. Mr. Ron Tenney is an active member.
And because we don't have his information before us, what is Mr. Tinney's background? Would he, again, we can only have 3 that involved in the buying, selling, or development of land. Does he fit that profile at all? And I guess my ask would be that we postpone this and then we get all of this information just in writing between now and then.
We have 3, the code is very specific, and we have 3 realtors if we bifurcate and take Scott Myers off. We have the person that lives in Girdwood will be filled by the person in seat 7, and other than that, there shouldn't be an issue.
Any follow-up, Mr. Dunbar?
No, I just, again, I ask people to support my motion, and I hope that we can get a sort of more detailed S version that will resolve all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
A version, I should say.
Ms. Allard? Thank you, Ms. Allard. So, Mr. Dunbar, you were in the queue later. Okay.
No.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to urge the members to support the motion to postpone to November 23rd. We had requested specific information from the administration that we haven't received. We we're also supposed to have received some corrected or updated memorandums. And while I understand there are some procedural ways we could get through this, this is a really important commission, and it's very important that we have everything in order so that, as other members have said, we can do our due diligence. So I urge members to support the motion to postpone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Weddleton?
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. I think you pointed out that they've had trouble getting a quorum, and well, I'm aware that that is certainly a problem. Do they have, are there projects waiting for them to address, or would a 2-week delay be okay?
Mr. Weddleton, through the chair, I can't speak to the specific projects, but I can tell you the former real estate director has indicated to me there are items of action that need to be handled by HLB, their advisory commission, that have had to be delayed. I know they've tried to, they had previously tried to get a quorum, they cannot. So, you know, it's to the will of the body. We would prefer to get this commission filled tonight so we can get some of the projects moving. I can't tell you exactly what those are, but it's just an anecdotal conversation that I previously had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 660-2021 to the meeting of November 23rd.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd passes 10-1. We now have before us item 11P, Assembly Memorandum number AM 664-2021. Actually, I need to pause right here. We need to do a phone check.
We need to check who is on the phone line right now. Could we please have a roll call of people who are on the phone?
This is Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Anyone else on the phone?
Sign language interpreter Gina Ashman.
Would you repeat your name, please?
Sign language interpreter Gina Ashman.
Thank you.
Thank you for that sound check.
Thank you. We now have before us item 11P, Assembly Memorandum number AM 664-2021, Watershed and Natural Resources Advisory Commission appointment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, on behalf of the administration, I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant or Ms. Dembowski, do you want to speak to this motion to postpone indefinitely?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The individual on this commission has actually already been approved tonight and attends. There was a substitute item that was previously submitted, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dembowski. Seeing no members in the queue. Oh, Mr. Dunbar?
Sorry, that was for the next.
Next item, okay. Seeing no members in the queue for 11P, members may proceed to vote to postpone indefinitely AM 664-2021.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton? The motion to indefinitely.
Mr. Williams.
To post. Mr. Williams, you have been warned. If you continue to cause a disruption to the meeting, you will be asked to leave. Item 11P passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11R, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 667-2021, Election Commission appointments.
That's me.
Mr. Dunbar?
I move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Can I speak to that, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. So I actually don't oppose Ms. Donaldson being appointed. I don't think we'll have time to talk about the technical requirements of this commission. But we heard from Ms. Anderson today that she's willing to continue serving. We also had another item, of course, in the 10s with two more commissioners, one of whom withdrew, and the other one, which I think the administration intends to resubmit. So I would ask that we postpone this and we have another item come up before us when the administration is ready to put forward their names to the Election Commission. And I hope it includes reappointing Ms. Anderson and her technical expertise. And if we pass this tonight, Ms. Anderson will be removed from the commission, and I hope that to prevent that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to remind everyone it's not up to Ms. Anderson, it's up to the mayor of who is on the boards of commissions, or election commission. I also wanted to, let me see my note here. Ms. Anderson also stated to us tonight that her term is up. When your term is up, you can be replaced. I also wanted to remind everybody here that Ms. Anderson didn't actually apply through onboarding, so there was nothing to review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, Amy Dubosky has a comment.
Ms. Dombosky?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the Assembly, Ms. Anderson, as Ms. Allard pointed out, did not apply through the onboard process. Ms. Donaldson's nomination is before you to consider independently. And I will be here to tell you the role of the body is to confirm. The role of the body is not to pressure the administration to taking a nominee or coercing the administration to taking a nominee. In fact, the mayor has made the decision he will not be reappointing Ms. Anderson to the Election Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Dombosky. Mr. Dunbar?
Well, I'm disappointed to hear that the administration won't consider someone who has the technical expertise needed for this position. I continue to ask my fellow members to support a motion to postpone indefinitely so we can get a new slate of election appointees. I'll say also that I think there was some confusion with many commissioners, and we went over this in the work session, about how one went about reapplying for these positions and whether or not they even needed to. That revolved around communications between commissioners and Ms. Williams, who is no longer with the administration. So I hope that those who didn't apply and perhaps were mistaken have the opportunity to apply, whether through OnBase or whatever the appropriate means that Mr. Shanigan is now leading. So again, I would urge my colleagues to move to postpone indefinitely. I'll say also the role of the Assembly is not just to confirm, it's to analyze, decide what's best for the city, and vote to confirm or not to confirm. That's our role as a legislative branch. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with that last statement by Mr. Dunbar as to the role of the Assembly, and to me that role involves both weighing the administration's desire for a new perspective with continuity and institutional knowledge and technical requirements. I think it's a balancing act that needs to be achieved, and it is something that we should look closely at. I'm also disappointed if Ms. Anderson won't be considered for this role because the nature of this particular appointment is such that it is quite technical in nature. Quite often, many of these boards and commissions, even if they're simply advisory and not necessarily adjudicatory, are our subject matter, or become our subject matter experts, our community subject matter experts that we rely upon. If we had to hire all of this expertise into the municipality, it would be extremely expensive. So for me, expertise in particular areas and that institutional knowledge and the ability for previous board members to mentor new board members, all of that plays into the decision for me. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alatal. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to also remind individuals in this room that Ms. Anderson admitted herself that it was important that other members of the community are able to perform their civic duties as well. That I also wanted to, maybe perhaps if this is how the body is going to continue to do things, Ms. Anderson admitted she'd been on the committee, on the commission for 9 years. Maybe we need to impose term limits.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, Ms. Domboski has a comment.
Ms. Domboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to go back to a section of charter which is very clear. The mayor appoints the members of boards and commissions. Appointments are subject to the confirmation by the assembly. So in case I wasn't clear, the assembly doesn't get to tell the mayor who he appoints. The mayor makes the decision, and then it's this body's ability to confirm or not confirm, as Mr. Dunbar so eloquently stated. But turning down nominees, qualified nominees, simply to try to get a different result is not going to be successful. We are going to bring forward the mayor's appointments as he has indicated to staff. That is his will, that is his right, and that is his authority within charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for some of the ways this conversation is kind of going, this is kind of interesting. But we have before us whether or not to approve this appointment of one nominee. And that really is our only question to answer right now. And it certainly seems to me that there's really no point in postponing anything indefinitely if this person is qualified and if this body would prefer to either, at some point they're going to vote up or down this particular nominee. So if we go ahead and vote on this, then that does not preclude anyone else from being appointed by the mayor's office for any of the other available seats in this commission. So it kind of makes no sense to me to try to postpone this indefinitely, hoping for a different outcome when there really isn't any opposition to this particular appointee to begin with. So I would say let's just skip the postponing indefinitely and go ahead and vote an up or down on this particular appointee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. France, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support my colleague's request for additional time to consider other appointees to this commission. The process has been one that there has been noted confusion on the part of folks who've been serving on these commissions, and it's been a little bit disjointed as far as information and questions not being answered in a timely process, and I understand there's a lot going on. This is a huge endeavor. I appreciate the work that has gone into this, and I think it's worth taking some time since, as been noted, there was another appointment in the 10 section to take another look and provide a cleaner AM, and I'm not indicating one way or the other as to how I would vote on this particular appointment, just that I believe given how the process has gone, it's worth taking some time to ensure that everybody understands the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
So the next two folks in the queue have been in twice. Ms. Allard, very briefly, do you have a question?
I do. I actually have a question to the qualifications. I just looked at the resume and Ms. Donaldson, so I was asking if the administration maybe could elaborate, if there's any more information they may have. And that could possibly just go to anyone. We're here to vote, but it looks like Ms. Anderson's being pushed and could serve more time than sitting mayors or even assembly members for that matter.
And Ms. Allard, the motion on the floor is the motion to postpone. And may I ask how the question relates to that motion?
You can. In order for me to make a clear decision with the motion to postpone, I need a little bit more information on Ms. Donaldson.
Ms. Demboski or Ms. Graham?
Through the chair, this is Sammy Graham, Chief of Staff for the record. Ms. Donaldson is a lifelong Alaskan. She's very familiar with the election process in the state of Alaska as well as the municipality of Anchorage. She attends all election meetings electronically or in person. She was co-chair for the 2020 primary and general election for her precinct. She acted as an official observer in, during the election in April 2021 and was a primary observer for the recount. She knows how to adjudicate. She knows the process very well. She would be a great addition. There are also 2 people that remain on the Election Commission that will help with that continuity. So if we're worried about continuity, we definitely have it with people that are staying on the Election Commission. Hopefully that answered your questions.
Madam Chair, can I do a quick follow-up comment?
Actually, we're going to move on. Ms. Allard, I've got 2 other folks in the queue for the 3rd time, and that was your 3rd time.
Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, for a 3rd time in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a point of clarification, you had just made a comment that we would like to consider other candidates for this position as we move to postpone indefinitely. The next candidate will be the same person, and you can postpone again, it'll be the same person. This won't end. So we might as well just get it done tonight.
Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Mayor.
Chair.
Mr. Dunbar, for a 3rd and final time in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, and I hope that you do bring back this person if they are the most qualified person. And there's another person who you appointed, or tried to appoint back in the 10s that also got postponed. I think you should bring both of them back. But there was another seat open as well where the person withdrew. I'll be very interested to see if we can find somebody with technical expertise for that portion, for that seat. And then we can vote on that slate when you guys bring them to us. I'll say I appreciate the question Ms. Allard asked the administration and the clarification that Ms. Graham provided. I think it goes back to a point that Ms. Zolotel raised earlier about sometimes people have this kind of technical expertise or this experience, but it's not reflected on the documents that we received. So it wasn't on her resume that she had done all the things you described. And so if you do bring her back again, I hope that the AM sort of reflects that additional election experience. That would be really helpful. And in addition, with any other appointments that you make going forward. So again, I'd urge my colleagues to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AM 667-2021.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely passes 7-4. We now have before us item 11T, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 669-2021, Arts Advisory Commission appointments. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone this item to November 23rd.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant?
Yep, the administration needs to remove a name from the list, and so just asking them to submit an A version.
Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 669-2021 to the meeting of November 23rd.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
The motion to postpone passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11X. Assembly memorandum. Actually, we are taking up two different kinds of memorandums here. I will read the description to 11X, and then I want to read something. We now have before us item 11X, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 634-2021A, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing. This item was postponed from the meeting of October 27, 2021, and also October 28, 2021. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Before we continue, I want to remind members by calling attention to Charter Section 5.02, powers of the mayor, which states the mayor shall appoint all heads of municipal departments subject to confirmation by the Assembly on the basis of professional qualifications. Members are urged to keep in mind that we want to be careful concerning the reputations of nominees. Questions should be limited to education and work experience. Please be aware of any sensitive personnel issues that may not be legally permissible for discussion in a public forum. If members have relevant questions concerning personal characteristics or habits of the nominee that they believe are germane to the question of the candidate's professional qualifications, we can consult with legal counsel to consider holding a special meeting and executive session on a later date or offering the nominee the option to request a public discussion here instead of in executive session. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up. We had requested an ethics opinion with regard to this nominee, and I didn't see it in the packet. We received it with regard to the other request, but... Oh, just a moment. Sorry. Apparently it's electronic, but I didn't see it on the table.
No, it is. I had to find it. It's in the blue binder. Just one moment, okay?
It's AIM 192-2021, and for those of us here, yes, it's in the blue folder. 192-2021. I'll go ahead and continue through the queue. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, I'd like to defer to HR Director Nikki Shabaka.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. I just wanted to thank Assemblymember Zalatel for reminding us of the ethics opinion, and just to be clear, the administration went through the process requested by the Assembly for Mr. Dan Zapay. If you look at the conclusion that the Ethics Board came to, they said that based on the facts presented, and I'm quoting, the board concludes that Mr. Zapay's past and present business interests and those of his immediate family members do not currently pose any unmanageable conflicts of interest with his services as SWS Director. So we have a formal opinion from the board saying that from an ethics standpoint, Mr. Zapay is ready to go, and I think we can all agree that he is beyond qualified for this position. I also wanted to take the moment to thank the Assembly for their due diligence in making sure that the nominees that we are put forward for consideration for confirmation are clear from an ethics standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'll start my comments with, I will give anybody a real hard time if they suggest that the previous director of the Solid Waste Service Company did anything but a stellar job. It is my opinion and my experience that he was a hardworking man and he did an incredible amount of work. The worst concerns that I've heard about the previous leadership is, oh, there are still some problems with gasification or other issues. And my challenge to anyone who would say that is look at any utility or enterprise and ask yourself, is it perfect? Or are there things you are working on? Because frankly, any utility or enterprise, if it were running perfectly, a machine was probably doing it. That said, I had an opportunity to go on a walk with Mr. Zapay. And it was very enlightening, and we toured the new transfer station. So I, of course, before I made any conclusions, had to hear the determination of the ethics board, which ruled there is not a conflict. And so I'm very comfortable in saying that Mr. Zapay is qualified for this position. And it's not simply the professional qualifications that I look to, but as I told him when I ran into him at Jitters 2 weeks ago, it's the gleam in his eyes when he is walking through a giant facility in which amazing things are happening and he gets to be a part of a story that is the future of Anchorage. And so I do urge your support of Mr. Zapay. He is qualified in my opinion, and I look forward to the future of the utility and its growth.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel, I'll go back to you on your original question.
Sure, thank you, and may I go ahead and make a comment as well, and just one pass out the queue? Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the opinion. I don't have any concerns about it. I do want to flag, because it was an issue that was raised by the community with regard to this nomination, that it does state that if general discussions about privatization were to ripen to a more specific plan, that Mr. Zapay, before participating in the development of such a proposal, should return to the board. And I have full expectation that that guidance will be followed. Like Mr. Constant, I've enjoyed every conversation I've had with Mr. Zapay about SWS, and in particular the role of the Central Transfer Station, which is in Midtown, working on continued waste diversion, expanding the life of the landfill. So I'm excited, excuse me, to hear his ideas and to continue the work under the master plan that was established recently. Under the last leadership of the Solid Waste Services. So I would urge your support for him. I think Solid Waste Services is a really important component of our enterprise and utilities as we move, through the next several years. Being able to prolong the life of our landfill is no small task, and it's a really important one. And I think that Mr. Zapay brings not only some vision, but some good energy behind that task. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not only is Mr. Zapay most qualified for this position, just like Mr. Chewbacca had stated, but I would challenge anybody to say he's probably the most qualified in the state of Alaska. I'd also like to make the comment that this is not unusual. When you have, whether it's federal, whether you have municipality or state, there is a turnover of directors that the mayor or any other, the governor or the president of the United States frequently appoints individuals that they believe will work well with them and for the community. So to see so many directors or boards and commissions come through our city and seats get changed, people get appointed, this is absolutely normal. This happens with every administration. And I want to say that again, it happens with every administration. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the... Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure before we take the vote that the last perspective is on Mr. Zapay. And so I just want to say thank you for standing up and being willing to go through this rigorous process to do this great job.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 634-2021A.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Item 11X passes 11-0. We now have before us item 11Y, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 651-2021A, Executive Appointment Confirmation Hearing, Joe Gerace, AHD Director. This item was postponed from the meeting of October 27, 2021 and October 28, 21. The motion to approve, moved by Ms. Allard and seconded by Ms. Kennedy, is on the floor. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I move to postpone this item to the meeting of December 7th.
Madam Chair, I have a question, please. Point of information. I apologize.
Second.
What is your procedural question?
I don't even know if we can go back now. You had said that I had moved to approve it, and then Ms. Kennedy had moved to, that she seconded it, but you weren't referring to tonight. You were referring to them, and it delayed my response to move to approve. But I guess that doesn't matter, correct?
Correct. It doesn't matter because the motion to approve was made by you at the last time this was before us on the meeting of the 28th, and it was seconded by Ms. Kennedy. So we have that motion on the floor now before us.
Okay, I just put myself in queue. Thank you.
Okay, and then Ms. Zalatel had the floor with a, what was your motion, Ms. Zalatel?
It was moved to postpone to the meeting of December 7th. May I speak? It was seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. I think we need some time with this, given some information we received, and I'm going to be very sensitive that this is a personnel matter. We received some emails that raised some personnel issues today, about 4 or 5 different emails, and they go to what I believe is a qualification, which is the leadership style and potential impacts the leadership style could have on the department. I think it's best to take those up in an executive session because they are personnel matters. I'll also say it's been perfectly fine, and I have a great working relationship with Director Gerace, but as we know, the health department is a critical element to our municipal services, has had turnover in the past, and I really want to be mindful of that workforce as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. So on the motion to postpone to December 7th, Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Can I go ahead and amend that motion? And then speak on it? Oh, I want to amend to, I believe it would be the sorry, Crystal, amend to the 23rd of November, and the reason, I could speak on that too, Madam Chair.
Second.
1 second. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delaying the director of the Department of Health is actually, in my opinion, causing havoc and can furthermore, because individuals who want to take positions underneath Mr. Gerace and are looking forward to doing so are able or willing to make a decision because the Assembly keeps postponing, this is actually going to become detrimental. Waiting, it's not necessary to wait until the second. I know that there are people here that could testify on behalf of Mr. Gerace and allegations that are just thrown out there without any documented proof. So it goes more to leadership, less to leadership. I think it goes to character and a character assassination. So I would like to move for the 23rd of November so we can get this done and over with. I believe that having, whether we have an executive session or a work session, is fine, and we could fit it in between there. We have always said this is a pandemic. We need to move quickly, and continuing to drag it out is unreasonable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really was hoping that we wouldn't postpone at all, but I certainly think that if we're going to have to postpone, it should be to a closer date than the December one, for a lot of the reasons that Ms. Allard stated. We're creating a level of instability in this department that we just can't really afford at this point. And there are definitely people who are concerned about how long this confirmation process would take and whether or not there is actually anybody in the directorship of the health department if we haven't confirmed somebody. So it is causing some leadership issues, and I would hope that we would at least accept or support the November 23rd date versus the December one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the administration, I'd like to defer to HR Director Nikki Shabaka.
Mr. Shabaka?
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. I would like to address Ms. Assemblymember Zaltel's concern. But first, I would like to publicly apologize to Mr. Gerace for what you are being put through. I find it a very sad irony that on the same day where we stood and applauded our respect and honoring of our service members, that on that same day you are being put through disparagement of your sterling character. So just wanted to apologize to you for that, and thank you for what you've been willing to go through. Sorry.
Please. Thank you.
What I wanted to say to the Assembly is my understanding is Mr. Gerace is willing to go on the record with this. We have plenty of evidence to share with the public and with the Assembly. He is not afraid to address the issues that have been raised head on because they are false, they are inaccurate, and they are a pure character assassination. So if we can take a few minutes, we are happy to have this discussion publicly.
Thank you, Mr. Chewbacca. And I just want to note, per the section that I read, ma'am, please. There is an option to waive or request a public discussion instead of addressing certain issues in executive session, and so we would consult with counsel before we go that route. I will go through the queue and then we will come back to that. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I do not support a delay, and we've already delayed this. I think it is important. The health department is dealing with so many critical issues. We need someone who is in charge, is recognized as being in charge, to take charge. I think things at Sullivan Arena, our plan to move forward with getting out of the Sullivan Arena, we have to get started on that yesterday. I don't support the delay, and in particular, the emails that we got today, and one from someone who I know, so I trust there's some truth or honesty in it, are concerns, but we dealt with these at the executive session too. We discussed them, and if we go to another executive session with the same issue, I don't see how it would change. So I'm willing to move forward and vote on this today, and if it's up or down, but we got to make a choice, and sooner the better. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being someone who was in an acting role for 8 to 9 months, I don't think that it makes you unable to serve the city. So I don't exactly buy that argument. And I personally have been impressed with Mr. Gerace's work. I think he's on the ground a lot. You can tell he's a hard worker. We received some pretty serious emails today from a variety of people that gave me pause, despite that good relationship or sort of good record that I see in public. So I would like more time. It's our duty to take time to make sure that we're protecting the health department and residents, and I would appreciate a vote to postpone to December 7th.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, I thought we were on postpone until November 23rd, but yeah, I do have a comment.
The initial motion was to postpone to December 7th, and yes, you're correct.
Okay.
On the amendment on the floor is November 23rd.
I have one question, and then I have an actual question. My question is Mr. Gerace here tonight? So, Madam Chair, I would like the Assembly members to have their eyes wide open and ears so that we could hear what Mr. Gerace has to say if he's willing to come forward. Those who are who've worked within his prior organization that have absolute information. If we can solve this tonight, there is no reason. If Mr. Gerace is willing to be put, I would consider the hot seat. Let's just do it. Let's just talk to him. Let's be fair, open, and honest. And if he's willing to discuss it with the public listening, I would encourage everybody to let this happen. There is nothing wrong with it, especially if the person that is being accused of things willing to move forward and discuss. I think we should do that and give him the opportunity to do that, and it's fair.
So we're going to go ahead and I'll go to Mr. Perez-Verdilla next, but my intention is to take a 5-minute pause because I believe even to for a nominee to waive the discussion, the right to have it in an executive session, I believe we actually have to go into executive session, but it's something that I want to confer with council on before we go any further with that. So Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
That was my question. It was a process question in terms of how we proceed forward. I didn't want this to begin until we solved that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. And then Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, also a statement rather than a question. Even if it is the case that we can go into executive session now, come back out and hear from Mr. Gerace, we got some very detailed, long emails today, and I don't know about you, but I didn't have time to really. We had a very busy day today leading up to the assembly meeting. So if Mr. Gerace wants and prefers to do it in public, I think a work session would be the most appropriate place to do that in the interim between now and another meeting. So that would be my advice. I have no strong preference between the 23rd and the 7th, but I feel that there should be another work session on this, and then we should try to address what came to light today, which was different than what. Well, we can't discuss what happened in the executive session, but we can say that there were new, very specific, detailed allegations today, and I have no idea as to their truthfulness, but I'd like us to be able to have a conversation at a work session rather than using up the limited time we have in assembly meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. I believe we'd have to have a special meeting. And at this time, I'm not going to proceed with the queue. We're going to have a 5-minute break here, and I would like to confer with Mr. Gates and Mr. Berg. We'll come back in 5 minutes. And get started here. If folks could please take their seats. So I want to start by addressing the process questions that were raised. And while I appreciate and understand that folks would like to address some of these issues and questions that have been raised this evening, we have not had notice of an executive session. We would need to go into executive session to take up these issues, even if it is to have Mr. Drace waive that opportunity for executive session to discuss in public. So what I am suggesting is that since we are noticed for tomorrow night, and we can start at 5 p.m., is if the movers of the amendment or the motion to postpone to the meeting of November 23rd, and then to the amendment to postpone to the meeting of December 7th, if they would consider withdrawing their motions in seconds, and then we would have a somewhat complex motion, correct, Mr. Vice Chair? Not too complex. Not too complex. Okay, maybe you can speak to that motion then?
Yes, if I might.
Go ahead.
So if the members will agree to rescind the motion and the secondary motion, what would be proper is that we convene a special meeting tomorrow, move to continue this one item to the meeting tomorrow, and then adjourn into executive session so that these conversations occur in a way that's respectful to all members that are involved, and at the same time not 1 minute longer than it has to be, where this conversation is outstanding in the community, because we should get through this. So the motion would, if the members will rescind their motions, would be to continue this item to tomorrow.
Which would actually not be a special meeting. It would be a continued meeting, which we can start at 5 p.m. Right. So the question to the movers, all four, I believe, or 2 movers and 2 seconds, that would be Ms. Allard, Ms. Kennedy, Ms. Zalatel, and Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Did you want us to speak about that for a second, or?
I just need a yes or no.
It's kind of hard when we're here tonight and all the individuals involved are here.
We can't do that tonight. We're not noticed for an executive session, and because it's a personnel issue, we would have to. I have been advised by legal that that is not a...
That's what I was going to ask you. So for clarification, the Muni attorney and the Assembly attorney both agreed that we would have to go into executive session. Can we just ask the attorneys to explain that publicly so I could make a good decision?
If Mr. Burke and Mr. Gates would just quickly weigh in, because I want to also point out that we have public hearings on budget items tonight, too.
Yes, thank you. I will try. So the importance of having an executive session and to starting an executive session, because when someone's character and reputation might be prejudiced by what's being said, and especially when it's a personnel matter, it's important, I think, to do that initially in executive session, and when the person, and perhaps also witnesses who might be named about whatever the allegations are, not just the nominee himself, but other persons and their name and their reputation that might be prejudiced as well. It's important, we think, to open an executive session first so they can understand and have a chance to understand what's being alleged before they make that decision to have a public discussion. And that's in line with the Open Meetings Act language about executive session, except the person may request a public discussion. And that seems to be a public discussion of what? Well, when they know what we're in executive session for, or what they're being accused of. So, I guess there could be a few different views, but generally the attorneys are in agreement, not 100% agreement, but in agreement that this is the way to go. Open an executive session first with Mr. Grace and whoever's making allegations and see what they are. Then they can request a public discussion and come out of executive session. And I hope that that explains it.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Burke, would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, through the chair, Patrick Burke. Certainly the Assembly has the ability to move, to meet, and do executive session in the charter, or excuse me, the under 230.036, I mean, matters that tend to prejudice the reputation and character of any person, provided that person may request a public discussion. I mean, I think the request for public discussion happens in the work session. It's well within the Assembly's ability to move into executive session to get that answer. So I think certainly when that executive session is held is up for discussion, but the Assembly can move into executive session to discuss the matter.
Madam Chair, I'm still conflicted of what I want to do, and I wanted to know if it's possible I could just ask another question.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. I just remind you about time.
Yeah. So, well, one, we could always move the budget to tomorrow night and handle this here and now. All the parties are here. Is it possible we could take a moment and see if those parties would like to discuss tonight?
No, we absolutely cannot do that, Ms. Allard. We have been advised by counsel. This is a personnel matter, and we cannot discuss it here. That is something we need to go into executive session and brief folks on that discussion.
That's
so that
not
is
what I just heard from Mr. Burke. So...
Well, that is what I heard.
Well,
I call the question.
That is not what he said.
I urge a no vote. Sorry, I urge a yes vote on the underlying matter, a no.
So the motion to call the question to vote on the amendment to change the date to postpone to November 23rd is before members.
Seconded.
Mr. Peterson, this is the motion to call the question to vote on the amendments to change the date of this item. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion to call the question passes 11-0.
Just 1 second here. There you go. So that's the motion to amend. That's the next one.
Members may now vote on the amendment to change the date to postpone to November 23rd.
This is the no. There you go, guys. This is a no.
Mr. Peterson, how do you vote on the motion to amend to postpone until November 23rd?
It brings us back to the date of December 7th.
The amendment fails 3-8.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
I would ask the mover and seconder of the underlying motion if they would please consider to rescind their motions.
No.
I want to vote on the motion. Okay. Then I call the question.
Second.
The question has been called and seconded to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of December 7th.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to call the question?
Yes.
The motion to call the question passes 11-0. The question is now before us on postponing to the meeting of December 7th.
I urge a no vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
The motion passes 7-4. This item will be before us at the meeting of December 7th.
Okay. Got through all those. Madam Chair, point of information.
Yes, Ms. Kennedy, what is your question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is in regard to whether or not the Assembly can call for a executive session at any time, or if it always has to have a 24-hour notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I would ask Mr. Gates to respond to your question.
Ms. Kennedy, that's sort of a mixed question. Literally in our code, in 23036 that Mr. Brooks cited earlier, the Assembly can recess into executive session, and we could do that now on the moment. Procedurally, it makes it very difficult when you have a personnel matter and person's reputations and so forth. So sometimes it depends, I think, on what the subject and the reason and the grounds for going into executive session are in terms of being able to provide notice. But, you know, the straightforward and legal answer is you can recess to go into executive session.
Madam Chair,
anytime.
I move to go into executive session.
Second.
If I may.
Mr. Gates?
Should I answer that? Yes, sorry. I was not sure if I could respond. There's a few steps required to go into executive session. It's not as simple as saying, I move to go and let's go now. You need to lay a foundation, and that needs to be clear, the purpose and the reason and so forth. We need to go into a secret meeting upstairs, basically. I think before you make the motion, and maybe part of your discussion would be whether we can do that right now, because we have a budget hearings that have been noticed, and for tonight, that we need to open tonight. So, I don't know, I'm just thinking our timing. I mean, that's not legal advice, practical advice, definitely. But legally, you need to lay a foundation to go into executive session. It takes a bit of time overall.
Madam Chair, do you need me to elaborate why?
No, actually, Ms. Allard, we are discussing whether or not we could actually do that. As Mr. Gates mentioned, the foundation would need to be laid before we could do that, and we can't discuss the item that we just voted on because that's not before us until December, so we would not be able to discuss it. We would also need to change the order of the day.
Point of order.
Ms. Kennedy?
I think I'd like to override the ruling of the chair on that, just in terms of all of the steps that you're saying that you would have to go through in order for us to be able to do that, because I believe Mr. Gates said that we can do that. And we would just have to set the foundation for why, which I think can be very basic. I don't think you have to go into a great deal of detail to say why you're going into executive session other than for personnel matters. And it seems to me that if we really wanted to do that, the Assembly could vote to go into executive session.
Point of order. I'm sorry.
Ms. Kennedy? Ms. Kennedy, I recognize your motion. However, I would ask if you would be willing if we could just go back to Assembly Council and Department of Law, because my understanding in all the discussion that we had, that because it wasn't, my understanding was that we could not talk about Mr. Gerace, and not everyone was in those discussions, so that we could not take it up this evening, and I would like to get that clarified. So if you would be okay, I would just like to go to, because I do appreciate your desire to have a correct, yep, absolutely. So I'm going to go back to council, Mr. Gates and Mr. Burke. I do understand, Mr. Gates, that a foundation could be laid, but my understanding was that it wasn't certain that we could actually discuss the matter that the body wants to discuss tonight concerning Mr. Gerace. Would you be able to address that, please, or Mr.
Madam
Burke?
Chair, a point of order.
Actually, Ms. Allard, we're dealing with another point of
Had
order.
you allowed me to move my motion with the explanation why we wouldn't be in this?
Well, there's no guarantee of that. Mr. Gates? There are a lot of motions moving here. There are a lot of pieces. Mr. Gates and Mr. Burke?
Through the chair, Patrick Burke. It's clear that the Assembly may recess to meet in executive session. I think a foundation could be laid tonight. As I understood it in the hallway, the challenges tonight are logistical and related to budget. And so as I understood it, executive session would be better held tomorrow, but as far as timing is concerned, I mean, the body can lay a foundation with a few questions and then move into executive session at any time.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Mr. Gates, are you able to lay the foundation, and also, given the vote to postpone, are we able to return back to that item in executive session?
It's, that's, and I realize we've already approved a motion to postpone the item. I can't really say that prevents you from discussing that question now, but you're not voting on it, I guess, until the postponement. The timing's a little odd. And I just don't feel I can say definitive yes, definitive no, because that's really up to the body. If we're going to go into executive session to discuss that item, even though you're going to vote on it December 7th, that's really a vote of the body, I think, to decide. It's not really clear to me if there's any legal direct answer, yes, no. I think it's a vote of the body to decide that.
Understood. Thanks. If you want to make your motion, or I believe the motion was... Can I just say that I'll change my ruling and entertain a motion to go into executive session, and then it can go before the body, and then I can just remove myself from that and let the body decide. Would that be acceptable, Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. Move to go into executive session on a personnel matter.
Second.
She could say, okay, I withdraw the motion to override the ruling of the chair.
Okay. Ms. Kennedy?
I move to go into executive session on a personnel matter.
Is there a second?
There's a second, and I could speak on it, or Ms. Kennedy.
Moved and seconded, so I'll go to the mover, Ms. Kennedy.
I think the question before all of us is whether or not we want to try to expedite this question and come to a decision without prolonging it. So the idea, especially when we have with us the people that are involved in this particular personnel issue are presently here in the chambers this evening, it would just behoove us to get kind of to the bottom of all of this and move forward. So if the body would entertain that idea of having that conversation now, I would hope that they would support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I appreciate the request for expediency. I don't believe we have everybody in the room. We don't have the individuals who've necessarily sent the emails, and they should have a fair opportunity to get notice that they could come, because it's not just executive session with regard to the nominee. It's executive session. They have that similar protection and ability. So I think, if we could look at scheduling something this week, I think that could be fair with enough notice to them. And I would support that, but I don't support doing this evening, because I think to get to it, we want to make sure we give everyone an equal opportunity to be aware of when we're going to meet. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What is your question, Mayor Bronson?
The gentlelady who made the emails attacking Mr. Jarras is in fact here. And according to Ms. Domboski, she's willing to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will continue to move through the queue. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Yeah, I think a couple things. We got more than one email from different people, so I don't know that one person would cover the whole issue, but I would not support going into executive session now. I mean, this issue we've already voted will go till December 7th, so we have time to do this later. Ms. Allard won't be here tomorrow if we do it. I'll be gone for part of the next week as well, so I'd rather do it after I get back. And then I think everybody who emailed and everybody who cares can come at that point. But we have time. I don't see why we would rush it tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do believe I spoke to the, one of the individuals, and today with the complaints that they have or allegations against Mr. Jarras, and they said they wanted to come down here, and I encouraged them to, and to bring supporting documents. But I'd also like to state that the individual, there's another person who sent us an email that didn't put their name, didn't put their phone number, and is not willing to come forward at all and wanted to be left anonymous. So I just want to get this over with, and I'm sure Mr. Jarras wants to get it over with, and the body of the Assembly. If we're going to continue to make impunitive remarks or disparage an individual that is looking to become the next director of our health department, then I suggest we move this right along and honor those folks who are here ready to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, I'm trying really to figure out kind of the best path forward here. And like I said, I think prolonging this is not a good path forward. However, I do know that there are others who would be willing to even extend this conversation into Monday, which gives us an Friday, which would give us an opportunity to make sure that anybody that was part and parcel to this conversation would have the opportunity to schedule meeting with us. So there are other options if this fails, but it would be nice to get it over with. I do believe, though, that we might have some other requirements tonight in terms of hearings, specifically for the budget. So I'm curious as to what our restrictions are for public testimony tonight in regard to all the different budget items. So that's kind of my question in all of this before we actually take a vote on this particular motion to go into executive session. Thanks.
Two public hearings.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I am advised that we need to open and close the second public hearings on the budget items tonight per the code requirement of 14 days prior to approval. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I urge the members to vote this item down now, and then I would ask Ms. Kennedy to make the next action.
Members may proceed to vote on the motion to go into executive session.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to go into executive session?
No.
Ms. Kennedy.
The motion to go into executive session fails 2-9.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Kennedy?
I'd like to move to reconsider item memorandum 651 to 2021A.
Second.
Moved and seconded, or the motion for reconsideration has been moved and seconded. We'll give the clerk a moment to catch up. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 11Y, AM 651-2021A.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to reconsider?
No.
The motion to reconsider passes 7-4.
Okay, so the underlying motion was a motion to postpone to December 7th. So that is what we're reconsidering now. Or do we have a new motion?
So I would like to move to either continue or have something on Friday.
Okay. Okay, I think, but don't we have to, we need to vote again on the motion to postpone until, like,
just make an amendment to Friday.
to her motion to postpone? Yes, that would be perfect.
So, Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
I move to amend this item to date specific of Friday, the 12th of November.
Second.
I just urge your support. It's just not good to have this kind of thing hanging out for weeks at a time.
Yeah, I think we're good here.
Second.
Not quite.
We're just letting the system catch up here. Ms. Zalatel, are you in the queue for this motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair LaFrance. I have a question for the mover. If this is moved to a special meeting or a continued meeting for Friday, and we are able to do the necessary things to go into executive session, the item would then, I'm just procedurally making sure I understand the process, the item would then come back before us with whatever the last motion, without a motion on the floor or with a motion on the floor, I guess is my question, and then we can decide from there if we need time to consider perhaps what we may have learned in executive session or potentially act.
The motion is Yes, the motion to approve is on the floor.
I might.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So if it's continued, then what happens is that the item will be before us with a motion to approve on the floor on Friday.
Did you have any follow-up, Ms. Zalatel, or does that? Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to say there was 3 emails and 2 persons. Other person wanted to be anonymous. Are we going to be able to get everybody that's here back or involved with executive session to hear from them? I know that there's a whole slew on one side, and just curious if you can explain or, you know.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. The intent would be to get the folks in the room and be available for that executive session.
Can I do a follow-up question with you, Madam Chair?
What is your question?
So my question would be, are we looking at doing this in the evening or duty hours where people would have to potentially miss work?
At this time, we would leave the time up to the attorneys, the parties, and the clerk. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue AM 651-2021A to a special meeting.
To a special meeting? Yes.
To a special meeting on Friday, November 12th.
Mr. Peterson, to amend the motion. Thank you.
That motion passes 11-0. This item will be back before us on Friday. Mr. Vice Chair?
I have 2 motions to make. One is to continue the meeting to midnight, or extend the meeting to midnight, I'm sorry.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded, seeking unanimous consent.
First, the purpose is we really have to get through the budget hearings tonight,
Yes.
all of them. Thank you.
Seeing no opposition, we are extended until midnight. Mr. Constant, your second motion?
I move to change the order of the day to take up 13A after 14, is that a J or an I? After 14I.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, we have changed the order of the day to take up the second public hearings on the budget, and then take up 13A after 14I. We now have before us item 14A, second public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-96, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2022 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Yellow.
Yep. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. Good evening. My name is Amanda Moser, Airport Heights, Midtown, and I'm here with the Anchorage Downtown Partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the proposed municipal budget. I'm here to speak to the funding for the Mayor's Community Grant Program. In full transparency, ADP has been a past recipient of these dollars. Tonight, I want to share testimony in support of the entire nonprofit sector. Budgets are living documents that communicate our values, ideals, aspirations, hopes, and dreams. They speak not only to our community that we are, but who we hope to become. When we invest in Anchorage through the Mayor's Community Grant Program, these allocations to nonprofit organizations benefit our entire community. Nonprofits punch above their weight class on services that they are able to provide the value they add to our community, all through responsible use of resources. Our nonprofits in Anchorage provide a significant return on investment by leveraging matching funds and offering aid while being good stewards of public dollars. When we invest in the arts, we foster and cultivate a more vibrant and dynamic community. Being able to experience Broadway shows inspires our youth to dream big. Experiencing the opera allows our residents to feel wonder, inspiration, and celebrate talent. The economic indicator on arts is massive, and I can speak specifically to the downtown area. When we have a Broadway show, opera, symphony, or choral performances at the performing arts centers, patrons park in the municipal garages and support ACDA and their mission. They grab a cocktail or a meal at a local restaurant. They buy a new dress or a suit from a small business. We all benefit from these activations. When we invest in nonprofits that work with families and individuals with services for physical, mental, and spiritual relief and enhancement, these agencies are able to stretch their dollars and have a significant positive impact for our friends and neighbors who need support. When we invest in nonprofits that work on issues like persons experiencing homelessness, substance misuse, and behavioral health challenges, they collaborate with our local, state, and federal government as strategic partners, and our most vulnerable are cared for and supported. When we invest in economic development, our community grows, diversifies, and it promotes a favorable business climate and improves the standard of living for all Anchorage residents. As we think about our municipal budget and the community that we aspire to be, we should be bold and ambitious in our vision and recognize that although Anchorage is not perfect, like any city, our nonprofits and local government are working hand in hand to make it stronger, safer, and a more vibrant place. We work to move our city forward from what it is to what we hope it can be. And part of building this great city is recognizing and celebrating what's already good about this place and learning what not to change so our future generations know where they came from and what we value. There is so much to love and celebrate about this Denina land we are blessed to call home, and we are committed to working together to support its continued growth.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Sure. Hi, my name is Leslie Rydell. I live in Fairview. Again, my name is Leslie Rydell. I'm the CEO of the Girl Scouts of Alaska. The Girl Scouts of Alaska serves girls across the state, and specifically in the municipality of Anchorage, we serve girls and families from Chugiak and Eagle River to Girdwood and everywhere in between. As the previous speaker said, I'm here tonight to not just represent Girl Scouts of Alaska, but to speak for all the nonprofit groups across our community that work hard every single day to provide many services for our neighbors. The services include, but are not limited to, the arts, education, food security, child care, economic development, enrichment programs for kids and families, and so much more. Anchorage's nonprofits are pivotal in building and maintaining a healthy, vibrant, and thriving community. Without our nonprofits functioning at full capacity, our community is less than we can be. Recently, the 4-Acre Group, Alaska's nonprofit capacity builder and Alaska's nonprofit association, released a report highlighting the economic and quality of life impacts of nonprofits across Alaska. Their report showed that Anchorage's and Alaska's nonprofits contribute not just services, but real economic impact to our communities. The report is really comprehensive, and I can follow up with an email to you tomorrow with a copy of the report. But tonight I want to leave you with a few of the important highlights. Anchorage's nonprofits are a major economic driver in the Anchorage economy. They create jobs and employ roughly 10% of the local workforce. This translates to significant direct and indirect economic impacts across our community. Anchorage nonprofits leverage funds from the municipality of Anchorage for maximum returns. We all spend the grant money here in Anchorage in supplies, services, and hiring staff. Anchorage nonprofits partner with the municipal government in delivering essential services. We provide community investment and engagement. With the wide coalition we have built, we estimate we reach almost every resident of Anchorage, Eagle River, Girdwood, and Chugiak directly and indirectly. We ensure community well-being and quality of life. People choose to live here because, not just because of the jobs they have, but for the quality of life and the community spirit that we have. Nonprofits are a big part of that. Anchorage nonprofits have been and remain today on the forefront of the community's response at the global pandemic, and we will continue to play a big part in the recovery. I understand you need to look at ways to economize and to cut the budget and reduce costs, but direct investments in our nonprofits more than pay back the community with services we provide. I urge you today to consider keeping the budget for the nonprofit grants at the same level as last year to help ensure our nonprofits can continue their mission and reach across our city. Thank you for all you do to keep our community healthy. We want to continue to be your partners to do what's best for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Yeah, hi, I'm Barbara Dubovich, and I live in East Anchorage. Thank you. I'm here this evening as the CEO of Campfire Alaska, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify. Campfire Alaska is a youth development agency that has been a recipient of the Mayor's Community Grant for many years, and the funding has directly supported youth and families who are in financial distress and need help accessing safe, nurturing care. Tonight I wish to express concern with the troubling precedents that will be set if the proposed cut to the community grant is not reversed, particularly during this time when our nonprofit partners are struggling to meet the needs of a wide cross-section of our citizens. The municipality depends on the nonprofit sector every single day to make it work. Every single day. This is not a time to cut even a single dollar to nonprofit organizations. And a strong case could easily be made to increase funding to the nonprofits in our community. We are not asking for an increase, however. We're simply asking for the fund to be returned to the same amount as last year. While it's true, just like small businesses across the municipality, some nonprofits have received relief funding to keep their doors open, programs and services going, and people employed, it is also true that those resources have not been nearly enough to sustain services or necessarily meet the growth in demand for services. In a number of cases, even the nonprofits are absorbing losses of revenue due to pandemic closures. Every dollar that is invested in a nonprofit can be leveraged to raise other earned and charitable income. By leveraging public funds and partnering with the municipality to provide essential services to a very broad base of citizens, the nonprofits in our community can maximize their response and impact and help ensure a better possible future as we work together through this period of extreme difficulty. As you can see, several of us are here tonight to speak on behalf of a broad sector of nonprofits in our community and not only to the individual organizations that we represent. Clearly, you can see that that has been by design. I want to share with you a quote from Henry Ford. "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success." Anchorage nonprofits remain committed to serving the members of our community and working together with the municipality of Anchorage to ensure a successful future for our city. We urge you to please reconsider reinstating the reduction of funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go to 3 folks on the phone since we have 9. I'm going to alternate
Madam Chair.
3 and 3. Mr. Weddleton? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Weddleton was in the queue with a question. Ma'am, would you come back up? I would. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a question that was brewing with you and the previous 2 speakers who I know your organizations do tremendous things, and we appreciate that. I had a couple of questions. One is, I think maybe just some information, but I know the Vice Chair had sent an email today that the state is looking for requests for grants. They have $50 million in ARPA funds, and you have until December 6th. So if that's not something you're aware of, you certainly jump on that. And Mr. Constant will send you information. I don't know. But so these grants, so there's like a, were we to pass a budget with a certain dollar amount in the mayor's community grant fund, my understanding is then you would have to apply for that grant, and that's done over a period of time, so then you would get it. So do you always get the amount you request? Every year, have you gotten some? And what's your history with getting it? Because it seems like that would be not a sure thing.
Correct. That is not a sure thing. And I can only speak to my organization. right? I can tell you that Campfire has been a recipient for more than 10 years. We have been receiving up between 99,000, yeah, 125 to 100,000. It depends on the year, different amounts. We have not yet received this year's allocation for 2021. We do have an agreement. We've been waiting for word from the administration on that. But so there is no guarantee. But what the nonprofits are saying is that the reduction in the whole pot won't help any of us. We're all willing to put in our applications and apply for those funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rettleton. Mr. Constance?
Thanks. Just a quick clarification, Mr. Welton. Those funds were for local governments for revenue replacement, not for nonprofits.
Oops, thank you for that.
I'm hoping the administration is looking closely at those dollars.
Thank you. So let's go to 3 folks next on the phone. Tiffany Hall.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. If you state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you. My name is Tiffany Hall. I'm the Executive Director of Recover Alaska. I'm going to be talking about the alcohol tax revenue. I have grave concerns about cutting pre-K funding in half. If anything, we should be expanding it. I'm concerned about drastically cutting the mobile crisis team funding as well as shifting it to the police department. Research clearly shows there are worse outcomes when these teams are housed within police. This program is currently having great outcomes, and it's a disservice to our community to cut the funding. I have concerns about no funding having gone to alcohol use disorder treatment from this year's alcohol tax revenue, and no funding allotted there again in the coming year. One suggestion would be to establish an innovation fund for treatment providers to give them startup funding to get projects off the ground that will then pay for themselves within 3 years. These services are incredibly needed in our community. I have concerns about positions that were shifted over from the general fund. The epidemiologist, public health nurses. If memory serves, these were proposed to be in the alcohol tax budget last year, but moved to other general funds because they did not align with the designation in the tax ordinance. To shift them back this year seems like it would open the budget to be subject to litigation. I'm in favor of the administration's desire to make a positive impact on our homelessness situation, but camp abatement and overnight shelter is not the way to do it. It doesn't align with the mutually agreed upon plan of permanent supportive housing. Better still would be to reduce the need for housing, permanent crisis or otherwise, by refocusing on prevention. This revenue stream is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to have a source of dedicated, sustainable funding focused on upstream prevention to reduce the need for housing, the need for alcohol treatment, the need for so many resources for victims of crime and violence. Prevention pays off 7 to 1 compared to downstream emergency services. Prevention is the only thing that will help us build the Anchorage of our dreams. Please work to shift more alcohol tax funding back to upstream prevention solutions. Let's get all of our children in pre-kindergarten. Let's maintain and increase services for all victims of interpersonal violence and sexual assault, and fund programs to reduce the occurrence of this trauma in our community. Expand treatment and resources for people seeking to stop using alcohol and other substances, and help them achieve their potential. Please, stay true to all of your hard work from last year. Amend the budget to stop putting Band-Aids on problems and fund programs that prevent these wounds to begin with. Please consider refocusing on prevention. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead and give Natasha Pineda a call.
Welcome to the voicemail.
Try one more time.
Welcome to the...
Let's go ahead and try Lisa Rush.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Rush.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the budget, on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay. Is it my turn to speak now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, my name is Lisa Rush, and I'm representing the Alaska Black Caucus, where I served as policy director and completed my Bachelor's of Social Work practicum. Our concern includes deep cuts to a number of safety and social programs that will cost the municipality more money in the long run than the proposed cuts would possibly save in a short term. A prime example is the proposed 50% cut to pre-K programs. These services give many disadvantaged children a chance to step up, begin school from the same starting line as other children, to get them healthy and ready to learn, ready to succeed at school, and inspired to succeed in life. The proposed reductions will only produce false savings. What could be more important than getting pre-K children ready to learn? There is another program slated to be slashed in half, and that has been in the news recently. And I'm talking about the newly instituted mobile crisis team that sends workers trained in handling mental health issues to accompany paramedics or police officers when appropriate emergency calls come in. Mobile crisis team pays dividends on investments. They are an innovative approach to helping our neighbors who suffer from mental health and other challenges. These teams reduce visits to costly and crowded hospital emergency rooms while freeing time for fire department paramedics and sworn police officers to address other issues. This is a win-win program, and it just begun this summer, and it's already saving money. Yet, the mayor's budget would cut this program in half. This proposed cut is unwise economically or in any other way. There are other unwise cuts proposed to spending for the programs that address child abuse, domestic violence, and sexual assault. What we need more spending, too, is to treat substance misuse and address homelessness. All of these areas where saving money today will only cost more money tomorrow. The savings amounts to smoke and mirrors. So please look closely at such proposals before you endorse them. There is also some organizational changes proposed by the mayor that the Alaska Black Caucus find worrisome, including the reassignment of the chief equity officer and his small office to the municipal manager rather than the mayor. This and other changes appear to be motivated by a desire to circumvent assembly confirmation to some critical, important municipal officials. We hope the assembly will look closely at these proposals too. Please defend your role to give advice and consent under the terms of our charter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now go back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
This is a piece of yellow tape. My name is Ron Oliva. I'm going to address the budget and efficiency. I'm going to put this tape here because of time and motion studies. People don't know how to push the button. So follow the yellow ribbon or tape and push the button. You'll save everyone 10 seconds of time. And this guy over here on a telephone, 2 Dixie cups and a string would work faster than what he's doing. So on a radio station, there's a bank of calls. You call those people and don't waste the time of these taxpayers or yourself. I'm increasing the efficiency of this assembly in honor of Mr. Haberman, who would straighten this out and would throw up. In fact, I think he died because of the assembly. He died of a broken heart because of the democracy and the actions of this assembly in wasting time. You should dedicate the clock to him.
Please speak to the operating budget.
I'm staying on focus. I'm talking about the budget. Now here, this is the important thing, is put me in the budget. This is from 2015, when you bought my property for under assessed value. Then you promised me with letters of intent you'd make it up the following year. Now they did a $50,000 study on my property, recommended buying it. You went the other direction, bought 3 other properties, or how many they were, got caught with your hand in the cookie jar, still under view by the Inspector General, and then you went out and rezoned properties to buy them. Now you're going to try to minimize the impact of those purchases, but I can guarantee you I'm going to show up and let them know what those impacts were. So as far as this budget with alcohol money, I think you should use part of that to pay reparations for the economic interference, the safety, the health, and the lack of quiet enjoyment of an adjacent property owner to the mismanaged facilities that you funded. So I'm looking forward to $250,000. And this technology, this piece of tape, and the phone recommendation, I'll only bill you $20,000, and that's light. So the last 22 seconds here, Mr. Haberman should be dedicated this clock too, because he'll be sadly missed, and his memorial is, I think, November 11th at 2 in the Jewish section of the cemetery. I, for one, miss him because he believed in the public process. Do you have any questions?
Actually, Mr. Constant is in the queue.
Yeah, it's not a question. It's tomorrow at noon, not at 2.
Not at 2?
It's tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
Mr. Haberman's memorial.
Well, he told me personally I should get this $250,000.
Thank you, Mr. Oliva. Mr. Weddleton?
Mr. Oliva, take a sticker.
Pardon me?
Take a sticker.
What sticker?
To your left. It's right there on the podium.
You put a tear in my eye.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, Caroline Storm, South Anchorage. You honestly can't have more fun than attending an assembly meeting on a Tuesday night. I will quickly echo a lot of testimony that you've probably heard already. I oppose the 50% cut to early education funding. I oppose the grant funding cuts to victims of interpersonal violence organizations, and I oppose the 13% cut to prevention cuts. These cuts do not stand up to the countless studies that show funding for early ed and mental health interventions are key steps to reducing crime and incarceration in our communities. I support the amendment to keep the library as its own entity. And the other area of the budget that is very concerning to me is a considerable department reorganization. On the surface, it would appear that eliminating 50 total employment positions is a considerable savings to the city. What is a real concern for me is the lack of departmental autonomy and the possibility for process and approval to be weighed down when there are too many previously small departments now reporting to one director. I believe there is potential for lack of oversight, additional infractions, and lack of response to citizens. I'm particularly concerned about the elimination of 6 building inspectors and 1 plan review technician. For the record, I am an architect. I spend a lot of time dealing with inspectors and plan reviewers. This is not only a building safety concern, but has the potential of delaying construction projects when they call for inspections and the department is short-staffed. Finally, as an architect, I don't spend the majority of my time designing new fancy buildings. The majority of my time is spent assisting companies reorganize their spaces when they merge departments or shrink or grow their staff. It is impossible for me to believe that there is not going to be a significant cost to the city for physical reorganization of these departments. Even the cost of reprinting approximately 453 employee business cards with their new titles is a waste of taxpayer money. Knowing what I know about the cost of even the most minimal spatial reorganization and new signage, I see that the reorganization adjustments are not only a waste of money, but probably woefully underestimated. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Ma'am, I have a question for you. You had mentioned the education, and I'm assuming you're referencing pre-K?
Yeah.
Have you, I'm going to ask you just a couple. How do you feel about the SRO officers?
Is that the mobile health or mobile crisis team?
No. Okay. I'm going to go on to the pre-K. Have you ever addressed the school district in referencing with their $876 million, how come they don't want to fund with their budget? How come they wouldn't fund the pre-K themselves?
In my interactions with ASD, they're short in funds as well. I don't really understand how would they fund pre-K.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Yeah, my name is Irene Queednow and live in District 3. First of all, I love the arts, but I will tell you right now, you can bring any Broadway show to the PAC as long as there's a mask mandate to attend those meetings. I will not be there, which means I will not spend any money on buying a new dress. I will not be parking downtown. The next thing I want to say, nonprofit organizations, they are very important and their work is important. Here is the Downtown Soup Kitchen Hope Center. For over 30 years, we have served the Anchorage community as a soup kitchen and shower house. After years of meeting the basic needs of homeless and struggling individuals, we decided to offer them an opportunity to break out of the cycle of homelessness through vocational training and job placement. Feed Me Hope Culinary School and Bakery opened in 2016 and our students are thriving. It has been thrilling to see their lives transformed. These programs also include life skill classes and a job specialist to help with interview practice, resume writing, and job connections. Their newest thing is that they are purchasing what used to be called the Uptown Suites, which is right across from the Hope Center. It's an 18-apartment building so that they can offer the people that come through the program housing in addition to all of what they already are providing. Quick stats about this nonprofit: over 160 individual volunteers weekly, 450 to 600 cups of soup served daily, 142,000 meals prepared annually, provide hot meals, showers, laundry, women's shelter, bakery, job skill training, and then they have the Feed Me Hope Bakery. And here's the important part. This is a nonprofit. The majority of funding comes from individual donations. Even before the pandemic, a nonprofit does not make any profit. It lives from donations. And yet I see a tendency that nonprofit organizations more and more and more are relying on grants and do not want to do fundraising anymore. And so they scream when the budget for the grants gets smaller. Well, maybe you need to start fundraising again. This organization has done it for over 30 years, and they do not get any funds, as far as I know, from the municipality or for the federal government. And it's working, and they're making a major difference in the lives of these people. I had the privilege to meet 3 of those women, and they are a delight to be with that came through that program. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll return back to the phones here for the next 3. Let's go ahead and get Scott Geppert on the line.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Geppert.
Yep. Excuse me.
This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. If you go ahead and state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah, this is Scott Geppert. I'm from District 1, Chris Constance area. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. 50 years, 30-year IBW 1547 member. I am highly opposed to the attempted decimation of the Development Services Department. The proposed budget cuts propose 7 hardworking inspectors to lose their jobs while adding 5 engineers and a new building services director. These cuts are not layoffs, they are terminations in order to pay for more management and mayoral appointments. These are highly skilled jobs that keep contractors in check and keep our families safe through top-notch building inspection. 3 of 7 of these inspector jobs have already been laid off even before the budget has barely been introduced. These are people with families that pay taxes and need their jobs as we all do. Once again, I highly oppose the budget cuts to the Building Services Department. And thank you, Assembly, for everything that you do.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's go ahead and call Carolyn Ramsey.
This is Carolyn.
Hi, Ms. Ramsey.
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. Good evening, members of the Assembly. I am president of Airport Heights Community Council. I am testifying tonight on behalf of myself. I voted for the alcohol tax. That revenue is dedicated and protected in the charter per the April 2020 election, ballot proposition 13. The community voted for the alcohol tax specifically because those funds are to go towards preventing violence, neglect, and addiction, which are major contributors to homelessness. Alaska leads the nation as a deadliest state for women, 59% of whom have experienced violence. The Assembly decided last year to use the alcohol tax the way it was intended, to fund much-needed services such as pre-K, the mobile crisis team, services to combat domestic violence, and assist domestic violence victims, funding for children who have undergone trauma, and grants to help prevent further abuse. Paying now to help kids succeed, and survivors of violence will benefit all of us in the long run. The administration's proposed cuts and the rerouting of funds to cover normal municipal services in what has become a bloated administration is nothing less than short-sighted, disregards the will of the voters, and is unacceptable. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, let's go to Paige Coatney.
Good evening, this is Paige.
Hi, Ms. Coatney. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. If you state your name for the record and area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Paige Coney. I reside in Airport Heights. Madam Chair and members of the Assembly, the administration's budget calls for the elimination of 2 electrical inspectors, 2 plumbing inspectors, 2 structural inspectors, and an abatement officer. So this is problematic for a couple of reasons. One is that the backlog for conducting necessary inspections will slow down development, which will make Anchorage a less appealing place to do business, and will ultimately harm our economy. Another issue is that the lack of an adequate number of building inspectors rushing to catch up because they're behind will result in just lower quality inspections and safety violations being missed. So again, resulting in building and construction inspections not having the necessary level of scrutiny that will place the public safety at risk. Building inspections are a public safety issue and are important to all citizens. And by cutting these important positions from the budget, the mayor is putting public safety at risk, slowing down development to the detriment of our community, and setting up our city for a cost for future repairs. So 7 people reduced from a pool of 20 to 30 inspectors is quite the impact. And if I may say, the development services mission is, quote, "Our mission is to protect lives by ensuring the construction of durable buildings suited to Anchorage climate and physical environment, while also working to promote cohesive neighborhoods, compatible land uses, economic development, prosperity, and high quality of life for the community." Cutting those jobs is against the development services mission. Thank you so much for your time, Assembly.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go back to in-person. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, and will you be speaking tonight on behalf of GBOS?
I will, yes. My name is Mike Edgington. I live in Girdwood, District 6. I'm co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors, and I'm speaking in that capacity on one specific item in the budget. So emergency medical services, EMS services, are an area-wide service. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on. Apologies. I'm not used to them. Code states that the emergency medical service shall include an adequate number of health professionals, allied health professionals, and other health personnel with appropriate training and experience to provide emergency medical services 24 hours a day within the municipality. Obviously, throughout most of the municipality, that's provided by Anchorage Fire Department. From the area Indian down to Turnagain Pass, it's provided under contract with Girdwood Volunteer Fire and Rescue. As the service area in Girdwood, we provide funding for the fire aspect of the service. We do not provide funding for EMS. There was an EMS allocation set a decade or 2 ago, which remained the same for most of the time. So over the years, the taxpayers of Girdwood who are paying for fire service have been more and more subsidizing both EMS service and rescue services out on Seward Highway. At the very beginning of this year, very beginning of 2021, during the contract renegotiations for Girdwood Fire Service, there was an agreement between the administration and the fire service to increase the funding for EMS. The original ask to provide 24-hour service was an additional $600,000. It was negotiated down to $300,000, so it's not technically a 24-hour service. It's less than that. Or we're fully staffed, rather, for less than that. This $300,000 was added to the $207,000 we originally got, so the funding was set at just over $500,000. Due to some weird situation which I do not fully understand, that somehow administratively got reduced at the beginning of this year. The Assembly kindly reinstated that money, so it put us back to the $507,000 we expected. I see in this budget there is no specific line item for this. However, when we delved down and got more information from the fire department, it was revealed it had been cut yet again. So my request is really twofold, is to restore the funding at $507,000 for EMS services across a significant part of the municipality, provided by Girdwood Fire and Rescue, and hopefully to actually add it as a line item in the budget, so in the future it's very clear and it's very obvious, and if there are changes, it's clear to everyone involved and we would know beforehand. That's really it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Edgington. So I have two questions. First, you said it was cut. Can you give us a rough number of that we're looking to reinstate?
Yeah, I believe the number that was reduced to last year was reduced by 125,000 to 382, and then it got the Assembly put the 125 back in the first quarter revision.
So, I'm sorry.
My understanding is that is the number which AFD are applying again this year. But as I said, it is not a line item in the budget, so it's very hard to get visibility of this number.
Okay, so you don't have a clear sense of in 2022 what that number is and what's the gap?
We have been told that in 2022 we will, or rather Girdwood Fire and Rescue will receive $382,500.
Okay, so it's the same
so
gap.
The cut has been reapplied again.
Got it. Okay.
We were hoped we'd be in a situation where a contract was signed, but for a number of reasons, it's been delayed and delayed, so we do not have a contractual number.
And my second question is, I assume because you didn't bring it up, despite the fact that we got a ton of emails about it, that GVS has been, there's some agreement has been made with the transit authority to restore the shuttle service to $20,000?
Yeah, technically that isn't something which GBOS has ruled on. We do not have a resolution, so I was going to speak to that in my personal capacity later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mayor Bronson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair, Mr. Edgington. I just want to pass along to GBOS that we plan on bringing forward an S version of the budget, which with an additional funding to restore the $21,000 for Glacier Valley Transit. So I just want to put the people's minds at rest on that issue. It doesn't deal with the EMS specifically, so I just wanted the folks in Girdwood to know that.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That saves me coming back for that particular item.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Emma Jacobson. I live in District 4. I'm a nurse educator here in the English community. Everyone before me has said it so much more succinctly and so eloquently. But now more than ever, in this time of pandemic, and we're trying to fight our way back to our new normal, we can't afford to not spend on these services that we are going to see more than ever coming back. More demand for mental health services for people who have gone through all of their personal resources, for people who never thought they'd need to access resources are going to need to. We're going to see children, pre-K. Honestly, frankly, our entire education system has, they've been dealt a really raw deal, and they're starting from behind. And at this moment in time, to be defunding those who cannot speak, those who cannot stay up till 11 at night because they have kids, because they are not 18, because they are underhoused, because they are dealing with mental health and trying to keep themselves, body and mind together, that's something that we all need to speak for them. And that's I too want to get back to a normal. And I'd love to get back as a stronger community. And I know that what all these wonderful people before me have said, that is what the studies show. That the smallest amount we spend in early on, it just exponentially outweighs what we could possibly catch up to in the end results. And that this can, not to be the sky is falling, but we're not out of a pandemic yet. And this is something that we can mitigate, and with our actions right now, and with our policies and helping our community come back and build together, we can do this, but not this way, not at these cuts, at these Pyrrhic losses. I don't know what all these wonderful programs could truly do without our help and our advocating for them. So I am very much opposing the proposed budget. I'm also seconding the Black Caucus and others who are questioning moving people around. I think experts in their fields remain the best experts in their field. And the same thing goes for the library. I love the library and I love the parks. I think they both do a wonderful job. They both have very different backgrounds and very different focuses, and I'd love just to keep supporting them both separately. So I thank y'all for your time and for hearing me.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Yes.
Everybody keeps bringing up that the library, it falls under economic development. So I'm curious, it already falls under a department. So what is the big angst, just so I can understand, that it's just falling under another department with other, yeah. Can you explain, because I don't think the public understands it. It never fell by itself.
Absolutely. I mean, to my understanding, limited though it is, I do not have extensive background in public administration. When it's falling under the auspices of the Parks Department, that means everybody gets in the same pie. Like someone said before me, that then a lot of people then have to wait to get a lot more people to approve actions that they don't understand. They can't speak to, they don't know, so like, oh, I don't know if I need to approve this, when the people who have agreed upon the actions say yes. And I think that's a problem when you get bloated with and trying to mash together, just two pieces that don't really function, that the delay in time and efficiency.
Thank you.
Okay, but I just want to, can I do a follow-up?
Actually, we're really running short on time here, Ms. Allard.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Please stay on topic.
Thanks for coercing once again my freedom of the speech as guaranteed under United States of America Constitution Amendment number 1. In response to 14A, this disgusting behemoth of a budget, I'd like to go through line item by line item and discuss this sickening tyranny. Disgraceful people. See, when the public process is done appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely going to be in the public interest. So to speak to this ordinance, the fact that we wait till after 11 p.m. at night, and through the chair, Christopher Constant says, and I quote, "We need to rush through this and get through all the budget items tonight." I move to amend this. Please, someone on this body, and I need a second, that any budgetary item should have a minimum of 100 hours of open public testimony. Through the chair. Next, I'd like to speak to building services. Being that my father's in the construction industry, the fact that you are cutting so many inspector positions, it breaches the public safety. It's a disgrace. Next line item. The municipal attorney's office, I see that we're eliminating some civil attorneys. I'd like to caution the administration, as you're going to be having to defend yourselves in federal court. So you don't want to get rid of your civil attorneys, unless they're slithering attorneys, serpents, that don't give good answers or straight answers. Next page, I'd like to speak. See, the line items are different on every page. It's not cohesive, 1 to whatever the end number is, so it's hard to identify. But you are isolating on line 148, realign fleet costs between departments on the elimination of 1 maintenance worker 1, 1 maintenance worker 2, and 1 maintenance supervisor from fleet fund. Through the chair, municipal manager, through the chair to the mayor, you are bullying a whistleblower in Dustin Darden by eliminating his position. Respectfully, that's disgusting. Next, I'd like to speak to the police and the mobile crisis team, the mobile tyranny team, I want another amendment put forward. No bioweapon shots will be held in this budget. No Pfizer jabs, no Moderna jabs, no Johnson & Johnson jabs, no municipal anchor logo on any site that has bioweapons that violate the Nuremberg Code. No, no, I don't want it. The words of a 6-year-old little girl getting force jabbed at ASD.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move back to the phones. We have 3 more people on the phone list. Let's go ahead and give Victor Fosberg a call, please.
This is Victor.
Hi, Mr. Fosberg. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the Assembly on this tonight. My name is Victor Fosberg. I'm from Assembly District 4, Midtown. In full disclosure, not only being a resident, I am a almost 25-year employee of the municipality of Anchorage. I currently am the chief electrical and elevator inspector for the city, and I direct 7 different employees, 7 different inspectors. 4 of them, as of a month ago, 4 of them were electrical inspectors, and 3 of them are elevator inspectors. I noticed a number of people have already commented on, but to give a little perspective and color to what was actually being said or what is actually being proposed, if we look at the line item 82, specifically it talks about the elimination of 2 electrical inspector positions, leaving 3 electrical inspections, and then to right-size the staffing levels up based on the current and the next few years' demand. First of all, that's incorrect to say that we would actually lose 2 electrical inspectors and have 3 remaining. As I stated, we actually have 4 as of a month ago. 1 was laid off. We now have only 3 electrical inspectors. And when they say right size, that implies that it was actually wrong. But if you actually look at the current levels, if you compared the last 3 months over the last 6 years, we're actually above those totals, the average totals for electrical inspection specifically, and I believe in the other trades also. So we're seeing a severe reduction, and as was already mentioned, if you're actually looking at 7 different building inspectors, these are actually filled positions that are out in the public every day. Through COVID, they've been out there inspecting the individuals' homes, hospitals, your schools, ensuring that they meet the minimum level of code and safety levels. So I'm deeply disturbed by the representation that somehow right staffing is eliminating 7 of those positions. When you actually look at the total number, we're talking about 21 inspectors, full-time field inspectors. And out of that 7, that's 33%. And the numbers that are currently at inspection levels don't justify that massive of a cut. And if we actually look historically, I can speak again specifically to electrical inspectors. In 15 years ago, we actually had 6 electrical inspectors, full-time electrical inspectors covering the city of Anchorage. That number was reduced to 4 in the 2009 layoffs, and it has never been above that for over a decade. And if you actually go back to the time when I was hired, roughly 25 years ago in the late 90s, there was actually 4 electrical inspectors that covered the city of Anchorage. So we have not increased that number, but we are doing more with less over this time period.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate the Assembly's time and consideration in listening to me, and I hope they will address these issues in the budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have 1 member in the queue for you, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for the amount of work your team has to do to keep the elevators at City Hall running in good order.
I will pass that on to them. And yes, they do work diligently, and they try to be as accurate and precise as they can to protect the safety of the public.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, let's go ahead and get Laura Norton-Cruz
you've reached Laura Norton Cruz's cell.
Okay, let's give Karen Button a call, please.
Hi, this is Karen.
Hi, Ms. Button. This is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on the general operating budget, AO 2021-96. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record, area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I hope this is not out of order, but I'm actually signed up to speak to the capital improvement project budget.
Actually, we'll be taking that up later. Do you want to speak now to the general operating budget?
No, ma'am, I already submitted comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right.
We'll go ahead and return back to in-person testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. There you go.
There we go. Okay. My name is Tani Sagricia, and I'm from West Anchorage. My favorite thing to do, testify about budgets at 11:37 at night. So first of all, I just want to start by saying that as someone who has struggled with houselessness and housing insecurity in Anchorage as a kid when we first moved up here, and has family members who have dealt with mental health problems, substance abuse issues, and have also been victims of interpersonal violence and violence at the hands of strangers, I will say that, through the chair, the mayor's budget cuts feel really personal to folks like me. The cuts to the dedicated alcohol tax that are supposed to help victims, kids, and other vulnerable people in Alaska, not Anchorage, not just those who are experiencing homelessness. I really would ask the Assembly to find ways to refund the cuts that were made. I'm also pretty concerned about how many of the cuts on the mayor's proposed budget are in direct conflict with the mayor's overarching strategic framework and the goals that contribute to achieving the mayor's mission. And I know this because in my binder of prepared documents, I went through and looked at the Appendix V that is provided by the mayor's office, the department goals aligned with the mayor's strategic framework. It seems like a lot of the cuts go directly against the goals of economic recovery, building a city that attracts and retains talented workforce, streets that are in decline, buildings that are unsafe, and a general hostile attitude toward community members will make this a less attractive city for folks to come to and will cause many people to leave. And I know some people say, well, if you want to leave, leave, but I think that's the wrong attitude when we're struggling to grow in positive ways. I think it also goes against, the cuts also go against his goals of public safety, including the fact that he has cut 2 municipal attorneys, not just a civil attorney, but also a criminal attorney and also a paralegal, so someone who does a lot of the footwork to make the work of attorneys easier. And it's alarming that he's doing that, especially when this last year there have been so many delays in the court system that essentially if you're using last year's data to say let's cut positions for the attorney's office because there was less crime, it's really a fallible argument because we have a lot of cases that are backlogged. And I'm just going to say that, yeah, I'll send in written testimony. It's a little late at night, but I appreciate you listening and welcome any questions you might have about my knowledge. Expertise.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see anyone in the queue. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Dustin Sherman. First of all, I need to make sure that I haven't testified on this before. Can you guys tell? I might have.
Yes, actually, you did testify on October 27th.
I had a solution, so I was just going to see if I could do that. But if I've testified before, I'm good.
Thank you. Thank you for asking. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Rachel Colvard, Taku. I just want to echo the sentiments that others before have proffered. A couple things. The early childhood education, one of the few talks that I was able to do while an undergrad at UAA was a pediatric neuropsychologist that came to give a talk about his field expertise. And it was probably one of the most impactful things that I did at UAA was go to this one lecture. The amount of impact that the early childhood interventions have on a person's life are almost immeasurable. It was like exponential, the impact that those funds have. And whatever we can do to get that money back in there, I kind of don't even care where you pull it from. That's how important early childhood interventions are. They will go a long way to mitigate some of the other things that we see in our area with houselessness and addictive traits that people have. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the building inspectors. There have been several times when I've had to call for inspection. Generally, you get you fill it out online. It's like 3 to 5 days out. I can only imagine if we reduce our number of building inspectors, what that's going to do to the sector of the economy that depends on them, that needs them, that requires them. And I would just behoove you to find money for that. These are much needed professionals in our area, and I support finding funding for them as well. And that's about that. Any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see anyone in the queue. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. This item will be before us at the next regular meeting of November 23rd. We now have before us item 14B, second public hearing, ordinance number AO 2021-97, an ordinance adopting the 2022 general government capital improvement budget. Public testimony is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage, and I'm speaking for my community council, Scenic Foothills Community Council. We passed a resolution unanimously, and I'll just go ahead and read it tonight. Whereas East Anchorage residents labored long and hard for more than a decade to have Chenchnu Park created in lieu of another strip mall, and whereas the plan for this park came with massive amounts of public input and volunteer work, and whereas this is an important and much needed purpose-built community center and green space in East Anchorage with a community garden, winter ice rink, covered pavilion, dog parks, Saturday market space, playground and trails, which have become a central gathering space for East Anchorage residents, and whereas the 2022 capital budget removes necessary funding set aside towards completion of Chenchnu Park. Now therefore, the Scenic Foothills Community Council hereby resolves that the funding in the amount of $200,000 for Chenchnu Park, which was removed from the 2022 capital budget, be restored to the completion of this important East Anchorage community park and gathering space. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Actually, I've got a question for you from Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just, Yara, I just wanted to ask, could you please, I think you sent it to me already, but could you send me and Pete a reminder about that? We actually got a similar, although related to Russian Jack resolution from the Russian Jack Community Council and attached it to this item as a resolution, or rather as a AIM. And I'd love to do the same with that resolution. So could you please send me a reminder after tonight?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
Dustin Sherman. I live in the Abbott Loop community, and Ms. LaFranz and Mr. Weddleton's my reps. So I have a solution, and this actually applies to this as well as the last one. So I manage a business, and there's a lot of you guys, and you guys can make up several different teams. So what I'm proposing is for every game that you guys lose against the mayor's office, he gets to pass a budget item, and I'll bowl for the mayor's team. Just an idea. I mean, a lot of things have been settled in bowling alleys before, right? So we get everybody together, we all sit and have some brews. You guys come out, we toss a few games. Whatever games he ends up winning, he gets to pass. Whatever games you win, you get to deny. Best way to do it right there. It's an honest game. Come on out and see, and come out and visit us. Brews would be on me, and I'm sure that we could find some camaraderie and get along for a change. How about that?
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live.
My name is Tani Sakrichi, and I live in West Anchorage, and I am testifying on behalf of the Spenard Community Council, as well as myself, so I don't know how that works. But I will just start with the Spenard Community Council points, which the capital budget is near and dear to our heart. We have a lot of projects over the last 5 years that were supposed to be done and seem to keep kicking down the road and getting moved off the list. And we haven't really seen a lot of improvements or movement forward on some of these projects. So I want to thank you for including the following projects on the 2022 bond, because these are from our, these are top capital improvement items for us, including Uri Park, Spenard Road rehabilitation, the Fish Creek Trail to the ocean, and we would like to encourage you as the Assembly to add the following projects to the 2022 bond, as these are long-standing top priorities for us, including doing a Fish Creek daylighting feasibility study, looking at the Chugach Way upgrade design, the Lois Drive upgrades, the section of Northern Lights to 36th, and then finally the upgrades at 36th Avenue from Minnesota to Lois. So all of those items have been voted upon year after year by our community council as top priorities, and we submit it to the Assembly and to the mayor's office every year, and this is why we are here tonight, asking you to please keep this in mind and to put this on the 2022 bond. Thank you. And then, do I restart time for myself?
Well, you hit it right at 3 minutes, so you can just go ahead and keep going.
Okay, perfect. So now I'm Tani, the community member, not at all related to the Spenard Community Council, but I would love if you did capital improvement projects in our neighborhood. I have lived there for 20 years, and I have to say, my big issue is that we keep having these conversations around submitting capital improvements and these sort of budget items to help our neighborhood in meaningful ways for our community. We have a lot of pedestrians, we have a lot of people who use multi forms of transportation, we have a lot of bikers and walkers, and as you know, we've seen a significant increase in pedestrian and bicycle related accidents, and certainly around different roads in our neighborhood, particularly because people speed, and this speaks to the problem of our neighborhood keeps kind of getting left out of the conversation, and other projects get added on to the capital budget year over year that sort of push our neighborhood down. And it's pretty alarming for us to see these and this happen and then see the result of some of the sort of forgetting about us sort of thing. This is, again, just my personal opinion. I'd also love to see other major road upgrades throughout the area added to the budget. I'd love to see it added to the 5-year plan, but I know that's the next assembly item. And finally, I would just like to say that I think that bowling for budgets is a terrible fiscal management plan and would strongly encourage the Assembly not to do that, or the Mayor's office, because it doesn't seem like a great way to determine budget items and how to make your community a better place. But ultimately, what I ask of the Assembly for the 2022 bond is to add projects that we see a result in our neighborhoods, and not just mine, but other neighborhoods in the Anchorage Bowl. And I think that's really important for our community members to see that things are getting done and that their lives are seeing an improvement as the direct result of these major bonds that are being paid for and put out there to the community. And with that, I will end early, so maybe we can end early. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Questions? No? Okay.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live, and please stay on topic.
Niall Sherwood Williams. I'm testifying on behalf of the Community Council of the Body of Jesus Christ, so I would like my 5 minutes. And Madam Chair, I don't appreciate the fact that you single me out repeatedly to tell me to stay on topic, and you don't say it to any other members of the public, respectfully. When it comes to the capital improvement project plan, we've got millions of dollars on the table here, almost $69 million. We're discussing it at 11:50 at night. Some members of the administration and others have put on their jackets already. So instead of bowling through the chair, I would like to recommend that we time the members of this body and see how fast y'all can get your coats on and run to your cars tonight, because it's really cold out there. And we want to make sure you get home safely. The roads are icy, respectfully. There needs to be more illumination as to what these line items are actually spending through the chair. So I would like an amendment by a member of this body that fire being $2.4 million, what's that spending on? IT, what's that spending on? And down on Public Works, that seems like a pretty general fund, $46 million slush fund. I would also like, respectfully, through the chair, for you to define what other is. Is that dark blood money from Pfizer? Next, through the chair, I would like an absolute delineation as to what corporations have received notes for these projects. Where's the money going, Mr. Mayor? Through the chair. Through the chair, how about we start talking about envelopes of cash? See this? FBI agents through the chair coming to people's houses, talking to them about, have you seen envelopes of cash going between people in the municipality of Anchorage? Have you seen people handing over wads of cash? I ask you, members of this administration through the chair and members of this body, who do you serve? The public or money? I would like for there to be an ethics opinion on this, on each line item through the chair. I would like for, through the chair, for the office of the administration, through the chair Burke, through the chair Gates, to give an ethics opinion on whether or not there's been collusion and conspiracy. And again, at a certain point, you're going to be in a federal court at Fitzgerald to answer for these crimes against humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? She's actually on 14C. Thank you for asking. Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to continue this meeting to tomorrow at 6 p.m. so we can conclude the budget public hearings that need to be done in a timely manner.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Seeking unanimous consent. Ms. Dombowski?
Madam Chair, the purchasing director has asked if the body would move for immediate reconsideration of items 10C2 and 10C3 as they're time sensitive.
Okay, we need to...
Madam Chair, I'd amend my motion so that we would continue this meeting to tomorrow after we take up those two items. The motion is to continue the meeting to tomorrow after we take up immediate reconsideration of 10C2 and 10C what? 3. That's first. But it's, yeah.
So we're going to vote on...
Yes, that first.
Okay, seeking unanimous consent on doing this meeting to tomorrow. Seeing no opposition, we will continue this meeting to tomorrow.
And now,
Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I would move immediate reconsideration of item 10C2 and urge a no vote.
Second. Moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of item
10C2.
10C2. Which is AM 726-2021, with a no vote urged. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to reconsider.
Reconsideration of item 10C2.
Mr. Peterson, are you there?
Which is AM 726-2021, with a no vote urged.
For life, Peterson.
The motion for immediate reconsideration fails 1-9.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Constant?
Consideration of item 10C3 and urge a no vote. That's AM 727-2021.
Second. Moved and seconded. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 10C3 with a no vote recommended.
Do what Wizard Constant tells you, and you will get a candy bar.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to reconsider.
No.
Listen to the wizard, wonderful Wizard of Constant.
Mr. Weddleton. Thank you.
The motion for immediate reconsideration of item 10C3 fails 0-11. So it's 11:59 and we're on the verge of running out of time. We won't be adjourning since we'll be continuing to tomorrow. But once the clock strikes midnight, then we have to stop per code.
We turn into pumpkins, I think, is what actually happens.
And with that, turn into a pumpkin.
Yes, you may.
Implied immunity does not extend to malfeasance.